So good morning, everybody. Welcome to the annual highway program construction training. Due to extraordinary times, we're going to try something new this year. All our presenters are hooked up and ready on Zoom, and we're going to try it this way to see how it goes. We've got some information that we wanted to make sure was out to everybody this year, and figured this was the best forum to do it at. We do have some members of industry joining us as part of our ongoing partnering initiative. We also have Steve Bodge will be moderating the chat. Once we get going and start having presentations, that will be where you ask your questions. So if you have any questions for the group, then that would be where you would ask. See if I can find where the chat is for me. I don't know. That's okay. So my name's Scott Bickford. I'm one of the assistant highway program managers with the highway program. My focus is on the region's construction, pavement preservation. I'll kind of be MC of the proceedings today. Joining us today, we've got Tim Kelly, but I believe he's on a pre-pave right now for a minute. Brian Luce. So where you introduce yourself, Brian.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out how to share my presentation, but yes, good morning. Brian Luce, Pavement Quality in Augusta.
I think it's just hit the share button, but.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm entertaining myself behind the scenes.
All right. Also joining us is Atlee Musso.
Hey guys, Atlee Musso. I work for the highway program in Augusta. Talking a little bit about guardrail later today.
Okay. Dawn Bickford.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dawn Bickford. I work in our research and innovation office, and I will be discussing guardrail and our qualified products list. I'm the product evaluation coordinator.
Okay, thank you. Teresa Savoy.
Everyone, I'm Teresa Savoy. I'm the ADA coordinator for MaineDOT, and I'm going to be presenting some information on ADA, not our usual training. For many of you who have taken that, but just to look at some lessons in the field and to show you some new stuff and some new tricks, and hopefully you'll find some new things.
Okay. Guy Berthium.
Guy Berthium, the contract section, construction support and business system manager. I'll be talking a little bit about e-construction with Sean.
Okay, thank you. Sean Smith.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Sean Smith. I'm a statewide highway construction support member, plus I'm the senior interstate project manager. And I'll be talking a little bit about e-construction and where we're going with some technology later today.
Okay, thank you, Sean. And Steve Bodge.
Morning, everybody. I'm here to take your questions. I believe down at the bottom of the chat, you should have an option to send them to me, or the other option is everyone. But if you send it to somebody other than me or everyone, I don't think I'll be able to see it. So, but that other person might be paying attention, they might not. So to get them through, send them to me or everyone, I think would be your best bet.
Yep. No, that sounds good. And Brad Foley.
Hey everybody, welcome to the training, and I'm Brad Foley, the Highway Program Manager. So I hope everybody's tuned in and we'll have a good time learning what we have to present to you today.
All right, thank you, Brad. So to kind of kick things off, you know, as I mentioned, we are recording this. If you have any questions, please use the chat for questions. We've got it set up similar for those DOT people, similar to what the commissioner does weekly, where you can't unmute yourself, you can't, you know, private chat people. So that's where the chat's at if you guys have questions. So kind of goals and expectations today. The focus of this training, and really, any of the trainings we do, is to foster partnership and foster consistency. Those are two of our big goals. We are out there as a team trying to deliver a good product to the state of Maine. We're looking to, foster teamwork out there. Our goal is to have the contractors meet the specifications, do a good job. And if they meet specifications, do a good job, we'd really be happy if they made some money, because we want them to come back and do more work for us. So we're out there as a team. We're out there trying to get the job done for the people of the state of Maine. So as a team, the expectation is we're going to work together to solve problems within the limits of the specifications. If there's things that need to be kicked up, kick them up. We're also, if we are seeing issues, we're pointing them out early. It's a lot better to find an issue and point it out early, get a small problem taken care of quickly, instead of letting it become a big problem later on and take a lot more to fix. So that's kind of the goals and expectations of what I have for today. At some point, I threw up the agenda earlier. We're going to try our best to stick to that agenda so that people have, an idea of what's coming when, in case they have to pop in and out. At some point today, I will be fitting in a discussion on working days. That's one of our kind of back to the future things, where for those of us that have been around a while, it's nothing new, but for those people that hired on in the last 25 years or whatever, it's something different. So we figured we should talk about it.
Okay. So I'm just going to give a brief overview of what we found when we did our guardrail inspections this past year. To start with, I want to talk about how we look at our ratings. Why is it not advancing? Oh, there we go. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay.
1,
So
2, 3.
when we look at guardrail, we're looking at the installation and how well it lines up with the manufacturer's installation instructions. We do ratings where one is fully functional, and when I say fully functional, I don't mean it's perfect. I just mean it's fully functional. 2 is some deficiencies. These are usually things that are deficient but do not impair the regular working function of the guardrail. And 3 is non-functional. And these are usually things that would cause the guardrail to not work if it was struck. So our biggest issue still remains that we're vertically challenged. That said, some were too high and some were too low. So if you cannot see the ground strut, which should be right here, and it's buried, then you know that your guardrail is not the proper height. And conversely, if you can see this much of the part in red that's pointed out on a little too high, if you can see that much, then you're probably too high, and you've got quite a space under your under here, and you shouldn't be able to see under that. You shouldn't be able to see under the ground strut. So another way to tell if your guardrail is too high is with the lower portion of the post. They call those the ears in some of the manufacturer's instructions, and some they don't. So Those should not be more than 4 inches from the ground. We've seen them at 6 and 8. It's okay if they're less, just not more than 4. So for height, I know that these are difficult to install. There's rocks in the ground, there's grading, there's a lot that goes into these, but basically the manufacturer says that they have to be 31 inches plus or minus 1 inch. So anywhere from 30 to 32 inches, we consider a rating of 1, fully functional. Then as you go out further, so if it's between 29 and 30 inches or 32 and 33 inches, we would consider that a rating of 2. And then beyond those, we would consider a rating of 4. This may seem like a very small tolerance, but we are not the ones that are dictating the tolerance. That's done by the manufacturer of the guardrail. Another issue that we saw was with our cables. So guardrail cable is there to keep the vehicle on the road when it strikes the guardrail from the side, as shown in the 2 pictures. And when you have a guardrail guardrail cable that's very loose, and the car strikes it on an incline, then the car can end up rolling over down the incline and obviously causing more injuries. I know that there has been a big problem with the guardrail cables and being able to keep them tight. So my suggestion is to have one person hold the guardrail behind the first post down at the base with a wrench, and then the other person tightens the bolt on the other side. You have to hold that guardrail cable tight in order for the bolt to tighten. If you let it twist and twist and twist, and don't hold it tight while the bolt's being tightened, then you're going to end up with a loose cable. And again, I understand that these are not easy to tighten and have stay tight. So another issue we saw was the holes around the posts. For the most part, we found that the holes were being filled in. Some of the inspections showed that the holes were not filled in, but the project was not complete. For those, we put them as some deficiencies, and we made a note that the project was not complete. So they don't really, they're not counted in the overall score that we give each one. So just remember to fill in the holes around the posts, because when the posts are loose, due to the hole being there and not filled in, then they're more likely to move and wiggle, and that affects how the guardrail works. We also saw some places where holes were left after they put in the new guardrail. If there's holes still there from the old guardrail, those also need to be filled. This is advancing slow, I'm sorry. So the other issue is for sloping and grading. This is not super common. Most of the time, these are great. Sometimes we'll find that it is a little too steep, and also with the grading, that's a great way if your guardrail is not quite the right height. If you do some grading around the post, then you can usually get it so that it is the right height. So we did have a few dishonorable mentions. Curved rail, post not plumb, a wrong bolt. This bolt is so long that it would catch and cause the guardrail to not work properly. Also, we found rails that were still lapped in the wrong direction. If you have questions about some of these, just shoot me a picture and ask if it's correct or not. I'll do my best to answer that, and if I can't, then I will get somebody who can. Another thing was the missing retainer ties. We're still experiencing seeing some of that. And then rails not being bolted at the correct locations. If you are looking at your guardrail right after it's been put in and you have a question about it, make sure you're looking at the correct owner's manual and then look at where it says they should be bolted, because they're all a little different and it can be confusing.
And just to remind everybody, if you guys have any questions, please type it in the chat to everyone, or if you want to send your question just to Bodge, he'll be monitoring that and asking questions as we go through. So
those are the main issues we found. Overall, our guardrail inspections are getting better every year. We're seeing a lot of improvement in how many deficiencies we're finding, how bad the deficiency is, so to speak, and we're always here to answer questions. If you have any, the best way to do that is to either call me or email me. If you're out there looking at your guardrail as it's being put in and you have a question about how they're doing it, just shoot me a picture. Again, a picture's worth 1,000 words, and I can tell whether or not, hopefully, that something is correct. We're always here to help, and that's what our job is. So if you need support with guardrail, just give us a shout.
Hey, Dawn, I got a couple.
Okay.
Not sure if this is a comment or a question. I did step away, so I might have missed something too. Says the height of the guardrail should be clear that the new guardrail midway splice is 31 inches, but the old guardrail maximum height of 30 inches. I don't know, is that a question or a comment? I'm not sure what that is. How's that play out to you?
I'm not sure what it is either. The old guardrail from before I became the product evaluation coordinator and started working with guardrail was 27 inches. And now under the Midwest guardrail system, it's 31 inches. It can be anywhere from 30 to 32 inches to be considered the right height. So I don't know if that's what they're trying to get at.
Okay.
But
I'm not sure either, but
I can, I think I can, I don't know if that's a question or a comment, but Don's correct about the midway splice guardrail being 31 inches with the tolerance. The old guardrail, what we were installing before we moved to midway splice, we were installing that up to 30 inches. So
yeah, says here maximum height of 30. So
yes,
yeah.
so that would be correct for the old non-midway splice guardrail.
And the next question is, can you explain what ears are? Can you explain what curved rail is? And can you explain what a retainer tie is?
I sure can. The ears of the guardrail are the lower portions of the post. It's just above the place where, like, for breakaway posts that they would break. There's little holes in the guardrail at the point where it should be at ground level, and that's just below the ears. The ear is like the connection between the upper and the lower post.
What
And-
did you have pictures of that in your slide?
Maybe.
I think at least one of your pictures showed them.
Yeah, I'm just not sure I can get it back. Nope. Shoot. Do you have a picture, Atlee, that you can throw up?
I believe one of my slides may have a picture.
Okay, curved rail is when they take what should be a straight flare, and because the posts don't go in exactly the way they planned or where they planned due to rocks or something, they curve the rail to hit the posts instead of changing where the posts are. And that's how a curved rail comes about, is when the rail is bent to meet the posts instead of the other way around, instead of the posts being where they should be and the flare being straight. What was the other one?
Retainer tie?
Yes, there's where the cable comes through that first post and bolts. There's a plate on the front, and it has a tie on it to keep it from twisting around. So that tie is sometimes missing, and that is the retainer tie. We saw a few of those. For the most part, though, those were much, much better this year. We had a few cable ties missing, but not as many as in the past.
I have a good picture of those ears. I can attempt to share my screen and show it if you'd
Go
like.
for it.
All right, we'll see how this works. Are we seeing anything?
Yes.
Okay.
So right about where it says 7 inches, you see the break between the two. And that lower portion is what they call the ear.
Are we seeing my cursor at all?
I do.
Okay.
And that should be protruding from the ground no more than 4 inches. So this one would be a little high. We do give a little bit of leeway. We're not out there trying to be too exact. We understand that the conditions out there just don't warrant the exactness to what we would like. But we also are going by what the manufacturer recommends. That's what our inspection sheets are based on, is what the manufacturer puts forth in their inspection sheets. So that's why we're looking at these things.
So in this picture, this is at, say, 6 1/4.
Yeah, it's a little high, and you can see below where right there, where the measuring tape is shown below the ground strut, and really that ground strut should be right at ground level.
Well, and in reality, and I think we've had some discussions about this before, with us paving our widenings, the bottom part of this ground strut is actually supposed to be below ground level.
I thought it wasn't supposed to be below ground level.
No, in order to get the maximum of 4 inches, you would, as you can see, this is over 2 inches high, but it's only about a half an inch above the surface.
So paving needs to be taken into consideration when they're placing their posts. If they're doing the post before they pave, then that should be taken into consideration. If the ground strut is completely buried, though, then it's too low. When that ear is only sticking up, 2 inches, then you know that your ground strut is a little too low.
Correct. So at the very least, there should be no gap below it.
Correct.
Recognizing that with the challenges with paving and everything, you may not always be able to get part of this below the surface, but at the very least, there should be no gap below that.
Correct. There shouldn't be a gap. You shouldn't be able to see under it, which is what I was referring to earlier when I talked about the ground strut and being too high or too low. You should not be able to see underneath the ground strut. It should be right there at the ground. And the best way to do that is to make sure that your ears aren't protruding more than they should or less than they should. And you do have to take, if you're going to pave around these, you have to take that 1.5 inches, 2 inches, whatever it's going to be. I'm not a paving expert. You have to take that into consideration when placing the posts. Any other questions? Again, you can always call me, email me, send me a picture and ask a question. Ulrich and Dale are also an integral part of this, and they can answer your questions too if I'm not around.
So Don, we got, is the cable tie like a plastic zip tie, or what does that exactly look like?
Well, it's supposed to come with the guardrail and be metal. I have seen plastic cable ties being used. Those will hold it as long as they're thick enough. So I think that we are allowing plastic cable ties, a plastic zip tie, as long as it's not, you know, real flimsy. Generally speaking, the one that comes with the guardrail is metal. Any other questions?
Nope.
Okay, take it away, Atlee.
Okay, I stepped away from my desk and I came back and wow, there's Dawn talking and we're on. So we'll try again to share the screen. And we'll continue with the guardrail discussion. So hopefully everybody is seeing the same cover slide that Dawn shared. And what I want to talk a little bit about is a couple things. We'll give another MASH update, seems to be the thing to do every year. I want to talk a little bit about temporary work zone devices, some new developments in flared terminals, and connecting to existing guardrail. So like I said, we give a MASH update pretty much every year for the past, I don't know how many years. This may be the last one, probably not, but every 6 months to a year, another deadline would pass and there would be another category of devices that would need to be MASH compliant. As of December 31st of last year, that last sunset date has passed. So basically what that means is that at this point, all types of safety hardware have to be MASH compliant. So anything that we install from now going forward would need to be MASH compliant. But as with any rule, there are exceptions. So there are a few exceptions to that rule. One being there are situations where there is not a MASH compliant device available. And by available, I don't mean you can't buy one. I just mean it hasn't been developed yet. One example, I recently learned that we don't have any bases for light poles that are MASH compliant. They don't exist yet. So that would be a situation where you would have to go with a 350 compliant device, and that would be acceptable. Another situation or another exception is if a MASH compliant device exists, but it does not meet our need. An example of that is and we'll talk a little bit more about this in a bit, but there is now only one MASH compliant flared terminal. We as a program decided that just having one device didn't really meet our need. We wanted to get the best prices by giving choices. And so we would continue to allow 350 devices for a period of time in this situation. And again, we'll talk a little bit more about that in a bit. The final exception, and this may be the one that affects construction folks the most, is temporary work zone devices. If those were in use, if they were purchased and were in use prior to December 31st, 2019, and if they're still in good condition within their normal service life, those can continue to be used even if they are only 350 compliant. So I want to talk just a little bit about temporary work zone devices. Category 1s and 2s, I'm not going to say a whole lot about. These are your basic cones and drums and barricades and things like that. There's not a whole lot that's different with these. Basically, just wanted to make people aware that there is a qualified products list for these devices. It's called temporary traffic control devices, and I believe Don is going to talk a little bit more later about our QPLs. So again, the old ones can continue to be used at this point, but if the contractor is going to buy something new, it needs to be MASH compliant. It needs to come from our qualified products list. This one's a little bit bigger, a little bit more in the category 3 area, portable barriers, portable attenuators. We're talking jersey barriers, temporary concrete barriers, things of that nature. The short backstory is the temporary concrete barriers that we are using now, the standard detail that we have now, is not a MASH compliant barrier. So what we are in the process of doing is developing a QPL for portable barrier. Now this would be not just for concrete, but it would be for, there are a number of proprietary barriers out there that are available. We would develop the list, contractors could choose from, and those would be acceptable for use. The other thing that we are working on is developing a standard detail for a non-proprietary temporary concrete barrier. There are a couple MASH compliant options out there, and we're working to develop a detail that would match what New Hampshire is doing. So keep an eye out for those to be coming. And just remember that for at least for this year and the next few years, the existing ones that we have, as long as they're in good condition, we can continue to use those. This is only going to apply to anything new that the contractor would buy. And then, of course, portable attenuators, things like sand barrels, all of that sort of thing that would work with a temporary barrier. We have a QPL for that we keep up to date. It's the crash cushion and impact attenuator QPL. Category 4 devices, these are your truck mounted attenuators. I'm not going to say a whole lot about them other than that there are some MASH compliant ones out there, and you'll find them on our QPL. It's actually the same QPL, the crash cushion impact attenuator QPL. So just remember, even though, like I said, even though the last deadline is passed for MASH compliance, the service life exception is one that we're going to be taking full advantage of. If you've got a temporary or a 350 device that was in use last year, was purchased last year, it can continue to be used as long as it's functional and in good condition. Now, functionality and condition is somewhat subjective, so you'll have to use some judgment in that area. The other thing that we're looking at is defining what normal service life would be. Some of these things might last for many years, but we are looking at the possibility of, say, 5 to 10 years, something in that range, especially for the concrete barriers, that there may be a cutoff when the 350 devices could no longer be used. But that's something we're still working on. I guess the takeaway for today would be just know that what we have out there now, especially for the concrete barrier, that's not MASH compliant, but they can continue to use it for this year and at least for the next several years. It's only anything new that they buy that would need to be MASH compliant. And at this point, they would rely on the QPL. And at some point shortly, we'd have the standard detail. Okay, let's talk a little bit about what's new in the world of flared terminals. I don't know if anyone has heard about the M fleet, which has been rumored to be available for at least a year now. Well, it actually is available. It's on the market. I actually was talking to one of our guardrail installers, I think it was just last week, and they've actually purchased a couple of these. So there's a really good chance that at least some of you will maybe see one of these installed this year. It's been added to the QPL. So and I think it's got the links on there to the manufacturer's instructions and whatnot. I mentioned earlier about allowing the 350 compliant flared terminals. And as I said, we're trying to go MASH, but we really hate to have just one option out there. And right now, the only MASH compliant flared terminal is the M fleet. And just to be clear, we're not talking about the tangent terminals because we do have the MSKT and the soft stop, and those are all still on the list for tangent terminals. We're talking now about the flared ones. The only one that's available is the M fleet. So we are still allowing the 350 compliant 31-inch terminals, at least for the 2020 construction season. So your choices for this year, at least until something else becomes available, would be the 31-inch fleet that we're used to, the M fleet, which is new, and the 31-inch SRT. So just those three choices for flared terminals for this year. This is a stock photo of the M fleet. It's similar in a lot of ways to the fleet. It's also very similar to the MSKT because they're made by the same folks. So if this head looks familiar, it's because it's the same one used on the MSKT. So there's a lot of similarities. So hopefully that should help us. However, there are a lot of differences which are going to make this one a little bit challenging. We're very used to having flared terminals be 37.5 inches or 37.5 feet in length. The M fleet, for some reason, is 39 feet 7 inches to be exact. It is also a straight flare, but it's slightly longer. The other big difference, we're really accustomed to installing flared terminals at a 4-foot offset. The M fleet is meant to be installed at a 3-foot offset. The M fleet also has 3 hinged posts as opposed to only 2. And it has some odd post spacing. The other terminals we're used to all have the standard 6'3" post spacing. The M fleet has a couple spaces at 6'3" and then a bunch at 4'2". So I'm not an expert in the M fleet. I haven't seen any installed. We're talking about the possibility of installing one at the guardrail garden. We have not done that at this point. So I guess my advice would be if you know you're going to be installing one of these, take the time to look at the material and get familiar with it and ask questions. Just a word about the widening. So you're probably going to at some point ask, well, if this is only at a 3-foot offset, do I need to build the same widening? Well, the problem is when we're designing, we don't know what system they're going to use. They could use the M fleet or they could use one of the others. I'm recommending at this point that we continue to design and build the same widening that we've always built to the same details. If at some point the 3-foot offset seems to become the norm, then we might look at changing our standard details. And of course, there's always case by case, but at this point, stick with the same detail for the widening. So that's the M fleet. So you might see some of those this year. Just wanted to give you a quick intro to those. And just a reminder that we are not, for any reason, installing any 27 or say 27 and 3/4 inch terminals. If you're tying on to existing guardrail, we should be transitioning in height up to the 31 inch terminals. And we're actually going to talk about that a little bit later. All right, let's talk a little bit about the guardrail policy. So the guardrail policy hasn't changed. It's not been updated. When the last version of it came out in, I think 2017 or 2018, there were some dates in there for what would be different after January 1st, 2020. And at the time that seemed like a long ways away, but now here we are, it's 2020. So here's what's different now that we're in 2020. Basically, if you've got a melt on a priority 1 or 2 road, it has to be replaced. And if you have a BCT or a low volume end on any roadway, it needs to be replaced. In the past, there were some exceptions that allowed BCTs and low volume ends to stay on the low, especially on the lower priorities. That's not the case anymore. And anytime you replace any terminal, it needs to come from the QPL. So that's what's different. Basically, some additional melts that would need to be replaced, and all BCTs and low volume ends need to be replaced on any project. What's the same is that existing fleets and existing SRTs, if those are in good condition, you can leave those in place on any roadway. And if you've got a melt that's in good condition on a priority 3 or 4, those can also stay in place. So partly due to the change in the policy because of the dates, we'll be seeing a lot more, or replacing a lot more terminals, which basically is going to mean a lot more connecting to existing guardrail. I wanted to talk just a little bit about how that should work. So to start with, we'll talk a little bit about, not about the terminals, but about guardrail itself. Let's say you're extending an existing run of guardrail, or if you've got to replace a significant section within a run of guardrail and you've got to tie into 27 and 3/4 inch guardrail or even something lower, the way that should be done is that the height transition should be spread out over at least 25 feet. That's basically 2 beam lengths. And that height transition should all take place within the existing rail section. So anything new that you install, any new 31 inch midway splice guardrail should be at 31 inches with the transitions taking place within the existing rail that you're tying into. And yes, that will mean that several of those posts need to be adjusted. And you will also need either an extra post or a shorter section of rail to accomplish this. Can you see my, Bodge, can you give me a thumbs up if you can see my cursor moving around? Okay, thumbs up. So you can see on the right side of the screen, you've got some midway splice guardrail. This is at 31 inches with a splice at the mid span. Over on the left, you've got 27 and 3/4 inch guardrail with the splice at the post. So basically this point here is the last point where your midway splice rail is, and your height transition is taking place entirely within what would be the existing rail. Now, in order to get the splices from midway to at the post, you've got to add an additional post, basically at half spacing. So you can see these two posts are the normal spacing apart. Then you've got the extra post in order to get normal spacing so that your splice is at the post. So that'll require a little bit of figuring and a little bit of adjusting, but that's how those transitions should take place. There is another option. And my art skills here aren't that great, but I put in blue what the alternative would be. You can do this without the additional post if you have a shorter section of rail. So this panel here is basically a 3/4 panel of rail, but that allows you to keep what you see in blue, which would be all of your normal post spacing. The downside to this is you've got to have a shorter section of rail in order to do this. So if you don't have that on hand, your best bet is to just put in the extra post. It's just a standard post. So that's what we're recommending, but either one of these options would work. So let's talk about connecting the terminals. If you're connecting one of the 31-inch terminals to an existing run of guardrail, again, that height transition has to be spread out over 25 feet. I say at least because if you've got guardrail that's extra low, you might decide that visually you want to extend that height transition so that you don't see an abrupt change in height. But at least 25 feet, 2 beams. And again, that transition has to take place outside the limits of the terminal. And you'll have to adjust a few posts. You may need an extra post. All of that part is the same, whether it's a terminal or a guardrail. But let's look at a picture. So this is actually an MSKT, and an MSKT is a 50-foot terminal. There's a little bit of confusion on that because all of the active parts are way down here at the end. And all of this really is just standard midway splice guardrail. The reason it's a 50-foot system is if this thing gets hit on the end, say it takes a direct hit at a high speed, this impact head is potentially going to move 50 feet all the way down this run of guardrail. Therefore, as per the manufacturer, this entire 50 feet needs to be 31 inches and it needs to be midway splice. So what that means is, or I should say, if you look at let's take a look at this picture up here. We've got post 7 and post 8. See how those are really close together? If you look at the post numbering down here in the detail, post 7 and post 8 are still within the 50-foot MSKT length. So that means this guardrail this terminal was installed with a transition inside the terminal length, which is not acceptable. So basically what the note says here is that this, basically the 9th post, which is the first post after the MSKT, is where your transition starts. So if we go back up to this detail, you're basically looking at this as being post 8 as your last MSKT post, and then you have your transition after that. So just something to be aware of. I know there were some questions on that last year. It resulted in some having to be redone. Fortunately, it's a fairly easy fix. You just have to pull up a few posts and move them down, but definitely something to be aware of. And I think I just have one more slide with a few odds and ends of things. Something else that came up, I think it was last year, was just a question about adjusting existing guardrail. And there was a question earlier about guardrail height. If you've got existing guardrail where the splices are at the posts, if you're going to raise that, don't raise it more than 30 inches. That guardrail is not intended or tested at 31 inches and should only be a maximum of 30 inches in height. So just be aware, if you're raising existing guardrail, don't think you should raise it to the new 31-inch height. You only want to raise it to 30 inches. Standard post length is 7 feet. That assumes 3 feet from the face of rail to the top of the slope. If you have to reduce that for any reason, go with an 8-foot post. Under no circumstances should guardrail posts within terminals be cut for any reason. That's maybe a little bit repetitive there, but I know in the past there have been situations where there have been basically questions about whether or not to cut a guardrail post within the terminal. You know, there's a good chance that no one's ever going to know. There's a good chance that nothing will ever come of it. But if that terminal gets hit and doesn't function correctly, first of all, someone could get hurt, but also there's going to be liability. So no cutting guardrail posts within terminals. And then finally, you probably all know by now that the new spec book is out. Just want to give you a heads up that the 606 section was updated, but it didn't make it into the new book. So it's in the repair spec now, I believe. So for the 606 section, refer to the repair spec. So Baj, did we get any questions?
Amazingly, no. But I think what might be advantageous for you to take 5 seconds and talk about your guardrail garden real quick. A lot of people know about it, but there's still a bunch that may or may not know about it.
Okay. Well, at the Fairfield Training Center, I think it was 2 years ago, Don can correct me if I'm wrong, but we took an area out in one of the upper fields and basically built a level pad where we installed basically every terminal that we are allowed to install and maintain. And we attempted to do those basically by the book. It turned out to be a little bit more difficult than we thought, so we can relate to how difficult it really is in the field. But that is open for anyone to go check out, see how they're supposed to be installed. In past years, we had done some on-site training where we got groups of people on site and we kind of went over what some of the changes were, some of the issues were. Obviously, with the situation this year, we haven't made that happen. I don't know, it might be possible over the summer to do something like that. I'm always happy to meet somebody there and I've done that on a few occasions if anyone is interested. But it's a great place to go check out all the systems that we have and what they should look like up close and personal.
Do you also have a set of videos, Atlee?
Oh, yes. Actually, on the qualified products list for guardrail terminals, there are links to installation videos that we've done for, I believe it's just for the systems that are currently allowed to be installed. So there's one for the fleet and the SRT, the MSKT. They're videos that we have done, that we put together, we've done on site. You get to look at me and listen to me talk through the video, so I'm sorry in advance for that. But they've gotten pretty good feedback, so please go check that out if you're not familiar with a particular system. And I think that at some point we're going to try to get the M fleet up there, and probably at some point we'll try to do a video for that too. So we've tried to put a lot of resources out there. That QPL definitely has links to a lot of different things. And, you know, Don listed their names and numbers, but I'm also available anytime for questions. I don't always have all the answers, but I can try to help you find them.
No further questions that I see.
Hey, guys, I want to jump in for a little bit too, if you guys have a minute.
I have a minute.
Okay. Earlier, Don mentioned about the cable tension, and Atlee and I've had many a discussion about the cable tension on some of these end treatments. And one thing we've noticed on the interstate over the last couple of years is we've gone through and tightened the cables several times, some with the contractor coming back, some with the sub coming back. Some of it's been me with the resident or an inspector, and we've gone up through and tightened them. It's still loosening, and one of the problems that I think we're seeing is when you actually look at the shop drawing detail of how the cable comes from the slot rail at an angle from the cable downwards to the bottom of the post. The post, the actual shop drawing shows that cable going through almost perpendicular or parallel to the ground, but it's coming through at an angle. And what we found is the cable, when you tighten that up, the bottom third of that tightening nut is the only part that puts pressure on that plate on the post. So you're not getting the full face pressure of that tightening nut. So what we've done is we've experimented with a couple different things. I've driven a wooden wedge behind the plate. I've put a rock behind the plate, and we've tried to see if that keeps it tighter. We've had varying successes with that. We don't want to modify these things in any way, but just we were trying to see what is going to keep pressure on that. What I wound up doing is taking a hammer and a chisel, and actually I peened the threads on the outside of the nut on a couple of them to make sure that nut wouldn't back off. That seems to help some, but it is a never-ending task to make sure those cables are tight. If you go onto the QPL, there are new drawings on most of those where they're showing that they've welded in a wedge onto that slot, onto that steel slot, that the plate would actually, it would bring that plate out. So you actually have more face of that nut as you tighten it down onto that plate. So I think the guardrail industry saw the same problem with the cables loosening, and the new ones should have that welded extrusion that actually brings that plate out, so the actual nut can actually tighten up against that and have more face pressure on that. You throw a bunch of those together and start looking at them, you'll see what I mean. But the QPL, like I said, Atlee and I've talked about this a lot. I think they've made that adjustment to help. The other thing about the arm, the actual brace on the ground, Don mentioned about the paving. What I've seen some do is they've actually gone through and paved, and while the guardrail company is there laying out and putting in the posts, if that brace doesn't fit properly, they've gone through and actually with a jackhammer carved a little bit of material out of the pavement. That's something certainly you can do. It's kind of hard to go through with the paver and make everything work and then have the guardrail guys show up and you're flush at one end, and then you may have a little bit beyond the tolerance at the other end for what's exposed. So, do the best you can to actually get that arm within the tolerances, and if that means you got to put a jackhammer in there, or even a bobcat grinder to grind out if you're really high, that's something that we will look for during our audits. And that's something that's going to continue this year too, is we're going to have our audits on all of our guardrail ends. So as new products come about, we'll be looking at those, and I hope we can get that new MASH unit that Atlee talked about, and see if we can't get that up and running too. So just a couple quick things there, things that we're well aware of, and we're trying different things, and obviously things that we're looking for. So.
All right, thank you. And one thing that may or may not have been mentioned, I can't remember, was that if you reach out to Don or Ulrich while your job's going on, after they put guardrail in, but before your job's done, they can try to inspect that guardrail in real time as opposed to waiting months later. I know that's been a concern of some people in the past. So just something to keep in mind. If you'd like your guardrail inspected earlier, then certainly reach out to them. All right, let's see where we're at. 9:18. Let's take a break till 9:30. Brian, that'll give Brian a chance to try to get set up and get going. So we'll break till 9:30 and then we'll come back. All right, I would say kick it off.
Okay, sorry about the issues before. I just apparently I don't have enough enough computer here to go ahead and run the big monitor. So once I disconnected, everything seems to be fine now. So just to recap, this is a presentation we started putting together in cooperation with industry for a joint training that we plan on having over this month, last month, to go ahead and prepare for the upcoming season. I kind of touched on these screens before, but you probably didn't see them. Basically, we're trying to, the purpose of the training was to go ahead and create an opportunity for people to, or provide them with some tools to have discussions and actually resolve issues on projects with the contractor in real time. So we're going to turn around, we're going to touch on a few updates. Essentially, there weren't a lot of changes for 2020 in the specification, the 400 spec. Any of those changes, as far as we can tell, were all captured in the most recent version of the standard specifications. But I do have a few items here that I just wanted to bring up and make sure people are aware of from a matter of specification changes and some policy changes. So the big one, first one, well, anyway, so what do we get out of today? I'm sorry I get a lot off track because I don't have my reading, the reading panel up because it doesn't seem to run well. We want to basically, the effort, even with today's effort, we're trying to make sure contractors are able to go ahead and sit on some of our training and give them an opportunity to interact with some of our folks during this training. Just a little bit of background, I actually have, and part of what I started putting together as part of this presentation is a list of 100 questions that were, there were questions that were pulled out to industry and our folks as well this past winter to try to generate a list of topics to discuss during the joint training. I have a few of those questions and some of the answers in this presentation, but we kind of wanted to cover some of those, but quite frankly, I think Scott and I think you would agree that probably this would be a forum that we might want to go ahead and pursue later on in the year and actually go through that presentation and answer some of those questions, because a lot of good questions, a lot of good feedback, and a lot of the answers we generated from that polling, a lot of the answers came from industry. And so it's not just the department's viewpoint of how the specification and what the policy you ought to read or how it should be handled. There's a lot of very good input provided by industry on those. So updates and changes for 2020. I just got a few items here. The first one's a big one. Derek isn't here anymore. So it's great that everybody wants to include Derek in a lot of our discussions and forwarding of quality control plans. He left a few months ago. He's working for Federal Highway. Actually, funny story, he left to go to Federal Highway, but he hasn't actually left this house yet since this whole current situation started. His travel has been minimized. He hasn't actually worked, other than coming to Augusta occasionally to the Federal Highway office. He hasn't really left his house at all. So he's home with the kids in his basement hiding. I've got a better tan than he does, by the way. So just be aware that if you weren't aware that Derek had left and gone to work for Federal Highway, he has. James Ryan Robinson has taken over some of his responsibilities from the, as far as interacting with contractors and dealing with mixed designs and material testing. He's kind of the face of MTEX in regards to you know, how interactions with contractors and many of the programs. Casey Nash has taken over some of the actual mixed design approvals. Rick Bradbury is also very involved in all things testing. He's become much more involved in the material aspect of HMA payments and plants. And of course, Tim and I are working with that team as well. So we're all trying to fulfill and trying to cover all the roles and responsibilities, some of the void that Derek did leave when he left. Truth be told, when Derek was here, a lot of this very same interaction occurred anyway, so it's not really all that new to some of us in the process. As I said, there's some changes in the hot mix aggregates and how they're being, there's some changes in the new specification. It is a pretty red now. Please go through the 400 spec, the 100 section, and if anything jumps out at you, I think we capture everything. For the most part, anything you were seeing in the repair spec did make it into the new spec book. But one of the things that I did want to bring up that is causing a little bit of an issue this year, but it's working better than given the current situation, it's working pretty good. We're testing all our materials now by source. We still have a specification that if you do follow our specs for materials, we have an 18 microdevil on aggregates, but we do have an allowance made to go up to 20 under production for many aggregates this year. You're still going to see your results reported out by Mix Design, so you may very well be getting test results and possibly letters that may not necessarily be on your project, but where you are using a mix, you'll get some of those notifications. I think we talked about a little bit about that last year's training. Ultimately, the changes that we put in place for 2020 should result in quicker turnarounds for mixed design approvals, any changes in aggregate blends, aggregate sources, or any corrective action. It's, of course, like I said, it hasn't gone off without issue. We're still working through issues here and there, given the current state of social distancing, where things are a little slower than we'd like to see. But for the most part, the majority of all the contractors rolled over to the 2019 designs, and they're up and running and able to go to work immediately. And they'll go ahead and transition to 2020 designs later on in the season. So,
Brian, we had a question come in, contact for Derek's information for Derek's contacts and phone and whatnot. Is that all on, I don't know if Sean's on or not, is that all on the approval matrix, Sean?
Yep, I took Derek off, and on the updated approval submittal matrix that's on the web, I actually have Kevin Cummings and Tim in Derek's place because of the pre-construction, paving meetings and quality control plan reviews. So that's actually, Derek is not referenced anymore in that updated submittal matrix.
Okay, and for people who aren't aware, if you go to the MaineDOT website, I think it's under doing business, highway, construction, we have a plethora of information there, one of which is the approval matrix that has everyone's contact. And, if you're doing, for example, a traffic control plan, who needs to review that? Who does that get sent to? If you're doing, pre-pave, who needs to be informed of that? So it's a good resource there. Certainly I would encourage everyone to look for that.
Right. Derek's name still does show up in a few places here and there, and as we catch them, we're trying to get that taken care of. Essentially, a lot of the things he's referencing have now become James Ryan's responsibility with a CC to Rick. So, yeah, good point. But like I said, we're as of early as this morning, I still get a couple of emails this morning with Derek being CC'd on it, and he's not going to answer. So. All right. So another couple items we wanted to make sure we just brought up and discuss. I know some people are very well aware of this about we can allow up to 4,000 foot closures. Read the specification on as far as the delay queue length now for traffic. And we've got several questions about why we don't have note 20 in the contract book anymore to allow open joint, what the requirements are there. And that's quite frankly because it's in the standard specification now. So that's where you want to look for it. Another question that has come up repeatedly this spring is about allowable mixed temperatures. We did put that in the standard spec as well for the ranges we're looking at for normal grades and performance graded, the polymer grades, the 64s and 70Es. Now, we can still have a conversation with the contractor about adjusting those ranges, but for the most part, if it's not addressed in a QCP or a request, these are the ranges we're looking at utilizing for our work. So.
Hey, Brian, I wanted to point out, I just pulled up the chat because Scott had muted me. So I was writing on that, but I just want to point out, somebody mentioned having Lyric being the replacement for Derek, and that's not accurate. Lyric works with Brian and I, and he's actually going to be doing some of our in-house stuff, kind of doing some stuff with Uma, who you guys probably don't know, and Karen Gross as well, but he is not Derek's replacement, just to clarify.
No. And to clarify that Ryan is not Derek's replacement. There has no one really been, when Derek's position was created as the asphalt pavement engineer, and we did not have that position before Derek's went from highway to MTEX. So, you know, they are looking to fill that position, but in the meantime, in order to get the right person in that position, somebody with some experience, we're wanting to make sure we take some time to make sure we select someone for that position. And it's been a good exercise, I think, for James Ryan and which I'm going to refer to as just Ryan from now on. Ryan and Casey, they were exposed or have been exposed to a lot of the inner workings of how the department really runs versus, you know, what the contract or what the specification states. It's as you all know, sometimes it's a little bit of a dance to make sure we do what we need to do and still get work done and get specification material that we're looking for. So I don't know why my chat's not coming up, but oh, there it is. All right, good. Any other questions on that as far as mixed designs, that sort of thing?
Jen asked about pre-pave. Yes, Lyric is included in pre-paves and he will be doing some pre-paves, but he's not taken over Derek's responsibilities.
Right. Yeah. I don't know why it's not coming up for me. Huh. All right. So
sorry, Brian. That is all in the paving guidance, Jen. If you read through that, that covers everything.
Right. Right. So when it comes down to and I'm going to touch on prepays again later on. That's right now, Bruce Yetton, as of yesterday, has finally been brought back on board. He's going to get worked into the process. So it's been a little sketchy getting things signed, covered as far as prepays this year because, you know, it's not necessarily the easiest startup this year with everything going on. So anyway, back to the presentation. Basically, one of the things we talked about as far as a policy change in the materials group that we had a small group of contractors and DOT folks that got together. One of the things that they had requested to be able to do this year is they've received letters or in the past they've been asked why they don't do density checks behind the paver every day. Contractors, essentially, a lot of them are still using gauges or nuclear gauges which heat up, and then it causes an issue with the actual operation of the gauge. And some of even the electrical gauges don't necessarily like a lot of heat. So essentially, one of the policy changes that you may see in your quality control plans, and it is contrary to the specification. We didn't make the change in the spec in order to go ahead and get the standard spec out. That they have asked to be able to do their initial across the mat checks behind the paver on the initial day, the same day they calibrate the gauge, and then from there on out, they wanted to be able to check behind the rollers. We told them that they may request it. We didn't have an issue with it as long as they went ahead and fulfilled their requirement to actually get the gauges calibrated as they normally would. But that requirement may be modified after the initial day and after the initial calibration in order to go ahead and help them out to be efficient and not overheat their equipment out there trying to take behind the mat densities. So that is a change. If you see it in the specification or a quality control or QCP this year, which we really haven't seen a lot of, so that's a reminder to the contractors in the on the line here. We are allowing that, but it has to be in a QCP so you don't end up getting questioned at the project level.
And Brian, I think some of them covered it in their boiler. I think we saw this year, some of them, and some of them did not.
Right, but not right. But that's my point. So if it's not covered in that, then it needs to be covered in a project-specific QCP. So
right,
it needs to be somewhere if you're going to request it. And you know, it's like I said, we're okay with the approach, but it needs to be somewhere in the plan and part of the discussion on the project to limit any heated discussion on project. So that being said, the repair spec is greatly minimized. Most of what, as it relates to payments in general, are in the standard specifications. So please read those sections. If you see anything that jumps out at you in the next, several months, if we have to make some tweaks or go ahead and clear some things up with a repair spec, we will. but we don't know. Just take a look and let us know if there's anything jumps out to you that might need to be modified. So, but the key thing is, and we had a lot of discussion about this on our partnering group discussions, is that, you know, making sure everybody's aware of what the contract requires, what the specifications are, and what the QCP requires. It's something that we all need to take time to look at and review and be, you know, be familiar with each contractor. Essentially, if there's a reason to produce work that does not meet the contract or the requirements, we need to have a discussion about that before the work happens. I mean, if there's a misunderstanding, we need to get it out there and have a discussion before, you know, this red book is a contract, and we're looking to enforce the contract. And if there needs to be some discussion to go ahead and deviate from the contract, that needs to happen before we do the work. So meetings and communication. Quite frankly, I don't know, Tim can jump in, Scott could jump in, but this has actually been one of the better years as far as communication. I don't know if it's because we're able to do things now like this here with Zoom or Microsoft meetings, but we're having some pretty good discussion and actually taking care of some issues faster or quicker or before work actually begins. So it's actually been, for the most part, very, very, very encouraging. That being said, sometimes it's hard to go ahead and, you know, you're on your cell phone, you're on your laptop, and you're trying to balance, you know, discussions. It still is it's a resource hog when you can't necessarily do what you want to do on your phone. You have to be able to find a place like this to go ahead and log in to actually be efficient in some of these meetings. So it still is going to take some coordination. So, but the communication this year certainly seems to be better as far as, I think, my take. Still glitchy here and there. For the most part, we're having some pretty good conversation ahead of time, so that's good. Both with contractors and MaineDOT and all the programs in general. So thank you. So like I said, take advantage of opportunities to communicate and settle issues before they arise on site. And as I said, I can't see, for some reason, I'm not seeing any chats popping up. Oh, there's one. There it goes. There we go.
I think we're up to date, Brian.
All right, just checking.
I put out a thing there. You can see in order to find the submittal review and the approval matrix.
Yep.
Somebody told me where we can find that from the outside web. So that's on there.
Yep. Ooh, yeah. All right. Prepaves. I know everybody loves prepaves. But it is a good opportunity to sit down and have a discussion about what the work is all about. One of the changes for this year is you may very well see a lot more Method D work, small quantity work. For that type of work, it's not like the old Method D. We actually put it in the contract where we need to have a prepave and we have to have a discussion about the work that's being done, just like any other prepave. All we've simply done is reduce the amount of testing required for some of these items. You may see, you know, a Method D sample with a couple of cores and the requirement to have a prepave and a discussion about the work, because the work is still important. We still want to talk about details pertaining to the actual paving. We just backed off on some of the testing requirements on some small quantity paving. Now, that is something we've got in the works. We're moving towards. There aren't a lot of projects out there where this is happening, but they are out there. So just be aware, you look at your contract to make sure if you have a Method D project and it involves some highway paving, approach work, culvert work, that sort of thing, they may very well require a prepave. And a prepave like this right here, a Zoom meeting or a Microsoft meeting, that works very well. We can cover what we need to cover and have discussions we need to have without people traveling hours to attend. But primarily, we're still looking to have the resident inspector, people who are accustomed to the work or knowledgeable in the work of the project. I mean, that's one of the issues occasionally we have is that, yes, we put the contract together. We haven't been out on the project since its startup. So there's things that occur, things that need to be addressed, you know, that came up during the construction of the project. So we need the resident inspector to let us know what's going on and whether or not some accommodations need to be made or if there are any changes proposed. Because we need to communicate that and actually document that if there's a change in the contract. But we're looking to have one of us there. We're trying to make sure that myself, Tim, Kevin, Bruce now that he's on board, he'll start next week. We'll try to get him into the works, and Lyric for some of the smaller quantity work. Whenever we can, we're trying to make sure we have people available. Essentially, and I think Tim may want to jump in on this, but Tim sent out some guidance as far as prepaves. That's what we're trying to get accomplished this year, so we can actually, you know, get out ahead of it, and we don't have anybody waiting for that meeting. See more on that one? Okay. Project manager, if able, superintendent, foreman, very key people for the contractor side need to be there. QC administrator, if available, and representative from the prime should be there. This year in particular, we're very sensitive to the fact that, you know, when a sub is working for a prime, the prime needs to be involved. We're trying to make sure we respect that relationship. And so we really want the prime to be involved as part of those discussions, so that if anything happens, they're not being left out of the equation. So,
and I would add in there, Brian, that we're kind of at even this year, we're kind of at a 50-50 of the prime showing up. So I would rely heavily on the project resident and staff to try to get those people there and convince them that it is important. Hasn't been as big issue, obviously, on the highway side. The bridge side's been a little bit more of an issue, but it's really important they're there because they usually know more about the job than the subs and I do or Brian does. So it's good to have those people there. Really, the only comment I was going to add is just, you know, we need some time in order to coordinate amongst ourselves. So, you know, sending out a request at, you know, first thing in the morning and expecting us to answer by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it's just not always the works. The state's a big state, so it might be snowing in one place where you are, but it could be sunny and 60 where we are. So just giving us a little bit of time is important for us to kind of coordinate. There are 5 of us or however many there are now, but Bruce is stand-in when we need him. Lyric is still in training. And then Kevin, Brian, and I all have our expectations and requirements that we have to do statewide. So while it seems like a big long list, it's not as big a list as you think it is.
Yeah, and by all means, if you're having a conversation with a contractor about setting something up and you want to, and you're inquiring as far as their availability, loop us in. We'll do our best to go ahead and respond to that too, to make sure we're available at a certain time. But it's this year is a little unique. Region 1 has been off and running for what? Close to a month now, a good 3 weeks. Mm-hmm. A lot of bridge work going on, a lot of work left over from last year that's starting up. So yes, it's been very busy this spring. I think I've put more miles on my car this spring than I put on all through the winter since last fall. So it's been busy. So, all right, continuing on prepaid meetings, and this aspect here has worked very well. We're treating it as progress meetings as part of the contract record as far as any discussions. Generally, all the residents have been very good about that, and we appreciate that because it takes some of the writing off us. I don't, you know, my handwriting is atrocious, and as you can tell, my technical skills with friggin' computers lately isn't great. Sorry about my language, but the upside of this whole remote working has forced some of us to go ahead and actually get a little more technically astute with how things work. So I can actually log in a matter of seconds now at home instead of taking 20 minutes, right, Tim? So topics of discussion, of course, lots, sublots, tentative schedule, equipment to be used, all those things. Should the resident be inviting Bruce to prepays or will be assigned as needed? Well, if you loop him in, we'll try to loop him in as well, but if you don't mind, he does have a maine.gov email address. So if you want to loop him in, he should be able to get that. And he is linked to his phone. It does work. His personal laptop still, for some reason. I probably shouldn't say that online, but he does get those at home as well. So if you want to loop him in, he's available. He's usually very quick to speak up if he has time. So if you want to loop him,
I was going to say that the practice has been that he kind of waits for us to, you know, he fills in when we need him. So he kind of waits for us to talk.
I guess my point is that he normally would tell us, Tim, myself, or Kevin, if he has availability during that time period.
Exactly.
So he will go ahead and speak up if he wants. He's very good at speaking up, saying, "Hey, I've got that afternoon open if you want me to take it," and that does work. So the quicker you, if you want to loop him in, at least it starts the conversation. He's aware. So
Yeah.
he just may not respond directly back to you.
Yeah, exactly.
So anyway, crews to be used, widths of poles, coordination of work. Pre-paves are all about the work. That's what they should be about how we're going to accomplish the work. Now, we could take care of lots, sublots, and other things pretty quickly by email if we needed to. Pre-paves are about the work, and that's what we heard a lot of from industry, is they wanted to be able to have discussions about the work. We feel the very same way, talking about the work and how we're going to get it accomplished. People throw out ideas, they bring up issues or concerns, or even good ideas on how to accomplish the work at pre-paves, and that's what we're looking to do there. It isn't necessarily, and as Tim has said and I have said, the inspectors and the resident on the project, you've been there, you've been living it every day since you got there, so that we're looking to you for some of that input. We can see things and we can have suggestions, but we don't know the job as well as you do when it comes to a prepave. So.
Right, and what I'd add to that, Brian, is we did send out in the guidances, we sent out that prepave resident report, and basically what we're looking to get out of that is that the resident documents some of those field discussions as far as how we're going to do it, what needs to be done, and those type, just like you would in a progress meeting or something like that. Our TIM system isn't really set up for that kind of documentation. Now it's helpful for us to have it in there. We can link to things, and the new version of TIMS, whenever that comes out, will have a different setup, but it's really important that the documentation as far as the construction aspects of it is documented by the resident. Sometimes we don't even know the references you guys are making. I think clean out areas are a great example. Oh, we're gonna go up to Jim's Diner. I don't know where Jim's Diner is. Sometimes I do, but sometimes I don't. So some of those conversations would be better recorded by the resident, not necessarily us. That doesn't mean that the resident's responsible to document lot sizes, mixed designs, any of that stuff. Anything in our standard report is stuff that we still cover. It's all the stuff outside of that. If you have some fancy polling that needs to be done, or you got something weird you're taking care of, that kind of stuff should be covered by the resident.
Yep. And from what I've heard and some of the ones I've sat in on, there's been some pretty good discussion this year about how to accomplish the work. So that's good. It's a positive trend.
Two more questions there, Brian, in the chat.
Yeah, I saw
Johnny and Jen.
Yep. I mean, it would be great to include Lyric in the pre-pays. We're trying to make sure Lyric is available essentially in the guidance. I think we showed that he's the go-to guy for LCPs in general. I mean, they're basic pre-pave, trying to get him comfortable with the actual, I mean, you got to remember Lyric's only been here for less than a year, and we've kind of used him to kind of understand the whole specification. He's been in training the past year, so we're trying to start him off slow, interfacing with industry, and getting accustomed to that, to the pre-pave environment. So we're starting him off slow with the pre-paves. You can include him, and if we need to utilize him as he gets more comfortable, we will, Jen.
Right, and again, that's all broken down in the guidance that I sent out. But Lyric is one of the people, just like we would like Ryan Robinson, even though Ryan may not be in attendance to the pre-pave, we would like him in the list of people to invite. There's a breakdown of everybody that we would like to have invited on our side within the guidance.
And a lot of it is just trying to get them that experience so they become another asset to cover the work. That's really, Ryan has spent a lot of time in the Freeport lab, and he's very well versed in how that works. Now he's trying to get exposed a little bit more to the actual construction aspect of it, and so he understands now why decisions are made and how it impacts the work that he did previously, and how the work he did previously impacts the work. So it's been it seems a little cumbersome, maybe too many invites, but it's all about trying to get people up to speed and accustomed to the work. So John's question was about what if you have 10 ton and it turns up to be 50? Well, unfortunately, hopefully we have a discussion on what the work is. If we're talking hand placed, not a big deal. If we're talking a bridge approach, then and as soon as we recognize there's an issue, we probably ought to have a discussion about what the original intent was. We may have to take, and we have, if we turned around and did a visual inspection or something on a 10-ton item or a 5-ton item, and it turns up to be 50 or 100 or 150, we may have to have a conversation about at least some informational testing that we'll do instead of just grabbing. We always have the opportunity to grab a sample and have it run and verify that what we're buying is what we should be buying. It may not impact pay, but it certainly does give us an indication of what we're buying. We can have a conversation about what we should be doing next time or even on that job. So that's kind of my answer. I don't have a real definitive answer for it because it hasn't really come up other than with hand-placed items. We don't try to do much more than hand-placed type work as a visual. Small.
Yeah, I'm comfortable saying we don't have any visual except for handwork. And I guess my reiteration of that was, geez, if it turns to be 50, we probably want to talk about 2021 designs to make sure that we don't make that oops again.
Right. Yep. But as far as changing the contract midstream, I don't think we'd be looking to change the requirement. It's just but we have the opportunity to at least take samples and monitor the work being done. So even though it's visual. All right, so bottom line is that both entities need to maximize the meeting for communication and address issues and concerns before the work starts, because nobody likes to stand there when the trucks are loaded, sitting ready to dump into the paver, and all of a sudden we have an issue that we want to. Work comes to a standstill, tensions get high. So anything we can do to go ahead and take care of issues before we start work, the better off we are. So for the most part, prepays have been going pretty decent. So. Post paves, we don't have as many of these as we have in the past. Essentially, it's gotten a little bit better. They still are something we look to have done on bigger projects. A lot of questions in the fall is that, do we really need to have a post pave? If we put 150 ton down, everything went well and everybody's happy, you've already given all your pay factors and final quantities to the contractor relating to, then no, we may not need to, but it is an opportunity to sit down and have a discussion about how the work went. So prepays are post pays are something we still are looking to do, especially on the larger jobs. But there's no sense getting a bunch of people together. If everything went well, we can essentially just take care of it in that way. So everything went well. No post pay was actually. We're finding more and more contractors like to have them, depending on how the project went. And contrary to what some people think, it's actually a session to get together and actually talk about things that went well and how well the project went. So, anything on that, Tim?
Yeah, the only thing I'd say is, and maybe I apologize. I'm doing other things at the same time, but
you're finishing up your presentation, I know.
Yes, exactly. It's recording, Brian, and people aren't supposed to know that. No, the big thing that we've run into this year with pre-paves is the difference between a post-pave and a pre-pave meeting is you have to have a pre-pave meeting. You don't have to have a post-pave meeting.
Right.
We've had some carryover jobs this year that people seem to think that last year's pre-pave was good enough, but a lot of these pre-paves where we try to break it down and we only discuss about the work that we're having that year or that phase or whatever. So by thinking that we can do one per job, it kind of messes with the process and what we've been developing. So just keep that in mind. If you guys have any carryover work or jobs like that, I think most of you know that, but it's just a good reminder that we do need to have a pre-pave. And the new spec, the new 400 spec the new revised used spec, the spec that's in the red book now and that's on the addendum as special provision now does require pre-paves no matter what. And then I think at that point, when you guys request it, we can have an internal discussion whether or not it's a job that really requires one or we're comfortable doing it in-house. But you should reach out to us just the same.
Yep. As Tim said, we have had a couple of projects that we weren't, the pre-pave was a kind of an afterthought, and that's fine. But the reality is that all the players had changed, the QCP had changed, the mix designs had changed. So it's good to have at least a brief, meeting like this to get together and have a discussion about so we can go ahead and convey those changes to into Tim's and let the MTEX folks know what's coming their way, because they actually utilize that information to determine where they need to be when. And one of the things we are doing this year on the MTEX side is that there are inspectors that are spending more time at the plants. So the better informed they are about the work that you're doing and the items you're using, the more time they can, more better idea they have of where they need to be to make sure your mix coming out of your the plant you're using is what you're paying for. We've all had those experiences where where the wrong mix has gone to the project, and you know, a conversation at the plant might have alleviated some of that if we had somebody, you know, at the plant a little more often. So that's kind of the idea, being there, being present, helping troubleshoot, helping to make sure things don't go awry at the plant before it ever hits your project. So it's kind of something we talked about with industry a little bit to make sure that, you know, we were there a little more often. So if something came up, they could get a quicker turnaround on answers, or even some help as far as maybe, you know, something going wrong before it hits the job. So, all right, did I cover that? All right. Anyway, prepaid minutes, discussed, okay. All right, we covered that pretty well. Scott.
Brian.
I'm running, yeah, I've got some of this.
Okay. Scheibel's just mentioned that in his region that one post pay for several projects near the end of the season has worked well for those guys in Region 3. You know, that's an option too, to cover multiple jobs at one post pave.
Right, as long as it's all the same contractor, you're all set.
Yeah, which in Region 3, there's only one contractor, so he's all set.
Oh, come on. Come on.
I agree with Mark on that. That was actually, we had some really good conversations last year, for sure.
Yep. All right. So getting into key personnel, most issues in the field come from lack of communication. Everybody's got to understand their role, and they should have the desire to keep issues and decisions at the project level whenever possible. That of course doesn't mean every decision. There are decisions that need to be kicked up because it does deal with non-conforming materials or you know, acceptance of work, or there are decisions that need to be kicked up, but the goal is to try to keep discussions and issues at the project level whenever possible. So typically that would mean the foreman, inspector, QCT, superintendent, resident are all working together to try to, in constant communication, to try to go ahead and make sure things are working well, and it increases the rate of success. All right. So that's those, everybody's going to be talking with each other. I'll give you a good example. We've got a unique project running right now on 295 in Portland. We've got a contractor, we have M&O, we have a paving contractor, we have all these different entities working together to try to coordinate. We're talking, or they are, because I'm not there today, but they're talking every day to make sure that the next phase is ready to go and things are actually working out pretty well. You know, even though they aren't necessarily they aren't tied contractually, they're having the discussions and getting the work done, and things are progressing at a pretty good rate. M&O, 3 regions, contractors, paving contractors, they're all working together to try to make sure everything is progressing at a good, you know, at a good rate, and that they're not in each other's way. So so the communication actually is key. So roles on site is just, I'm not going to go ahead and read all this. It's self-explanatory. You know, everybody has a role. Foreman's responsible for a certain aspect, inspector as well, and QCT. All right. You know, the reality is the foreman is there to run the crew. Our inspector should be dealing with the foreman. If the foreman's not there and he delegates somebody on the crew to be acting in his capacity, then that's who the inspector deals with. You know, QC's part of the team. All these guys ought to be talking together to go ahead and make sure the work is being done appropriately and efficiently. And at the end of the day, the work that has been done is acceptable and can be paid for. So we don't have to come back. There's a key point right here that has already happened a couple of times this year, as far as I can tell, as I've known about anyway, is that the inspection, our staff shouldn't be getting in the middle of discussions between contractors, QC, and foreman. That's an interaction they need to figure out amongst themselves. If you're asked for feedback, that's fine. But we shouldn't be getting in the middle of quality controls and a crew 4-person's responsibilities. They're the contractor. They need to work that out amongst themselves. So we just need to make sure we don't get sucked into that conversation, because that's really not our role on the job. We can help facilitate, but you know, getting in the middle of it and owning the issue isn't really our role. Like it says right here, I mean, if they can't come to an agreement, then something needs to escalate up to the resident, who of course would escalate, bring in the superintendent, and it'd be a discussion at that level. All right. And if something can be done at that level, yes, a phone call is going to get made. It's just the way it is. You know, the time of all the conversations we've had with industry, and if anybody online wants to speak up, a lot of the discussion we've had over the past year resolves around time, resolves around decision-making, timely decision-making, reacting to the issue. Time is money, right? A lot of the things we're talking, we essentially, that's what it boils down to, is time. On the flip side, there are some decisions that need to be taken off project, and the quicker that can be done, the quicker a resolution can be. But I understand the desire to go ahead and contain everything on the project. Sometimes it can't be done, but if you do decide to kick it off up the chain, then that's where Brian, myself, Tim, and Scott come into play on the paving end of it. We also welcome you to go ahead and reach out to Sean, Dale, because they're also assets to go ahead and utilize if you can't get something, if you need something resolved quickly and somebody is unreachable. So there are still parts of the state where you can't get cell phone service, as you all know. Any more comments? No. Okay. Here's one of the comments or sections that I kept hearing this past winter that we wanted to get into. The conflict of inspecting versus directing. Yes, it's a sticky, it's a fine line we walk sometimes with inspecting versus directing. I know the way I look at it is that, you know, we're not out there to direct the work, but we can certainly make a lot of suggestions and take your experience that you've had of doing similar work and try to convey that to the contractor about how you've done something and it has worked out well and they might want to try something. You're not taking ownership, but you're also not just turning around and just letting the contractor out there to hang either. You know, it's a cooperative environment that you are working in. I'll use 295 again as a reference. I mean, we strung into Tukey's Bridge. The crew actually went out and strung it before I strung it. They went straight grade, 1.5 inches right into the joint. Perfect, great. Well, the reality is we had to put a vertical curve into it, so we ended up putting in a spot shim of 3 inches thick and to build it, and then put 1.5 inches over the top of it to make the bridge actually ride appropriately. Is that directing? Not necessarily. Their understanding what the work needed to be done wasn't necessarily the same as our expectations. We had a conversation about what we're looking to do, and we cooperatively strung the bridge joint, put the markups in. They went and did the work, and if it wasn't for that 2.5 foot wide elastomeric joint, the damn thing would ride excellent. It really would. But you still have a bridge joint you're dealing with, and that's reality. It doesn't, it's still there. But as far as the profile coming into the bridge and coming out the other end, they were so impressed, they kept on driving back and forth over it. Just so that actually rode well. But that was a cooperative effort, not just letting the contractor say, well, your job is to string it. And so, but the point being is that we're out there to do the work. We shouldn't be out there letting somebody flounder. If you have a good idea that you can go ahead and suggest to the contractor or the crew, or the crew can actually suggest to us. If there's something we want done and they have a difference of opinion and there's a discussion that occurs, as long as the work is done cooperatively and there's a discussion and you made the attempt and it's reasonable, we very rarely go back and require somebody to fix something on their own dime if there was a discussion and it didn't come out the way everybody thought. We usually work that out. Maybe not all the time, but we would like to think that's the way it should work, is if we all agree this is the way we we need to do the work and it doesn't come out the way we anticipated, then we both cooperatively would jointly work to fix it for both sides. So part of that is that when there are issues, if there is an issue that you notice, if you've got severe end load segregation, you can turn around and tell the contractor that they need to fix that issue. And if they can't fix the issue, then we can stop work. That's kind of the deal. I don't think anybody really wants to continue to do, from contractor side or the department side, continue to do work that's going to force them to come back and do rework. You know, it's just not the way we want to conduct business. So it's a fine line. But like I said, we always like to think that we can make suggestions and try to help cooperatively to get the work done. That's really the goal. So, question here that came in on the 100 questions that were submitted by industry and department personnel. This question here, does anyone want to jump in and give me an idea on chat how you'd answer this question? This was all set up for the clickers, by the way, but we don't have any clickers. So you've got the chat mode. I'm going to watch Bodge type. No, okay. Give you a second. No. Yep. Nothing says that an inspector can't suggest a method to complete a task. We would certainly encourage inspectors making suggestions and work with the contractor to resolve quality issues. You know, we all have different varying experience levels. And part of this whole effort, I mean, I spent many years learning from industry. I still learn things from industry. I also, when I get the chance, I go out and I actually share my experience with the crews to see what we can do to make their life easier. If I can make their life easier and I end up with a higher quality product, ultimately everybody wins. So yes, suggesting a method to complete a task is certainly encouraged. Doesn't mean we are solely responsible. If we agree we're going to try something out, let's go ahead and try it out. The only bad decisions are the decisions you keep making repeatedly after you've been told that's a bad decision. That's a bad decision. So anyway, important documents on the contract, on a project, typicals, construction notes, 403. These are all documents you want to look at. The contractor ought to be looking at as well. Hey, just yesterday, I made a call on a project and I was wrong because I didn't look at the contract. It happens. You know what? You got so many things you're trying to juggle as work goes on, mistakes happen. So those documents are there for reference. Read them, know them. You know, it should be both parties' responsibility to go ahead and look these things over and know the project. Typicals, construction notes, look at the 403 for lift breakdowns. You know, we can have a discussion about lift breakdowns if a contractor, we want to try something different, but generically we stick to those. Testing methods, mixed design requirements, construction minimums in the 403. You'll notice this year that we've tried to, some of the 403s are getting to be a page, page and a half, 2 pages long. We tried to slide some of those notes now into the standard spec because we've been using them for so long, like the Note 20 open joint spec. Equipment to be used, project-specific QCP, general method of quality control is a boilerplate QCP for the contractor. Those are all documents that are available and you ought to at least look at and be knowledgeable in order to do your job. On the 403, essentially, we've got a lot we try to cover. When density is voided, when we're going method spec for density, any longitudinal joint treatment requirements, as like joint densities or wedge joints. We try not to specify wedge joints very often anymore. Wrap restrictions, ride quality, all on the 403. So one of the questions that came out of that 100 question list as well is this one here. While paving side roads or shoulders on a project where polymer is required, a non-polymer shows up by mistake and the contractor requests to use it. Can this decision be made at the project level without further discussion? That's a poll. Anybody wants to go ahead and chat in and let me know. So I've got one answer so far. If the decision is no, then yes. Yeah. The contract requires a specific material. And if we're going to deviate from that specific material, that's a change in spec. So a change in spec has to have a conversation off the project. You know, oh, there's the answer. There you go. Must be approved with proper channels. That's really, you know, it may be come with a credit, it may not come with a credit, it may be reasonable. There's discussion that needs to occur. Yes, it takes a little time. The easy answer is don't send the wrong project mix to the project, but it does happen. And that's not something that can get decided at the project. I mean, it also depends on the use. You know, if it's truly on a side road and it's low volume. In some instances, if the wrong mix, if it went the other way and somebody sent a polymer mix where a non-polymer mix was required, that answer is easy, isn't it? Usually it exceeds the non-polymer. If it's a non-polymer job and you bring a polymer, the quality of the polymer is a better grade or a stiffer grade or a higher performance grade, and that type of thing is an easy answer typically. We would allow it because it meets or exceeds the asphalt grade that was specified in the contract. You know, we usually spec minimums as far as the asphalt grade. Any questions on that? Discussion is necessary, yes. Would informing the contractor to pursue at their own risk an acceptable project level decision? Well, the answer is typically no. We would not want you to accept that material without a discussion. Now, if you can't get a hold of anyone to help you with that determination whether or not it would be acceptable, that might be a conversation about you know, you can place the material at your own risk, but it may have to come up. It may have to be removed and replaced. That's a conversation you can have with the contractor. That's typically how things would be handled. And like I said, generally speaking, when it comes to this type of thing, Dale, Sean, Scott, myself, Tim, we're all pretty much on the same page as far as how these things should be handled. So one of us, if you get a hold of one of us, typically you'll get a decision. And if that decision is not in line with the rest of the team that we'll be talking about later, we'll give each other crap about it later. But at least you're going to get a decision. That's our key. That's our goal this year, is to get you a decision one way or the other. All right. And I'm running out of time, but I've got a few more here. Cease production.
Just a real quick question, Brian, came in. Couple questions. Anyone available if there's night work?
Anyone available with night work? Yes. Yep.
Okay.
I typically like to go to bed at 10:30. I like to think by 10:30 at night, most issues, if they exist, we'll know. Doesn't always happen. I don't sleep with my phone under my pillow anymore. I'm not Dennis Lovely. I don't sleep with my eyes open. But we'd like to think someone is available to provide you with that. Generally speaking, the easy answer or the standby answer is if you can't get a hold of somebody, then it's always on the conservative ends is that you're not authorized to accept that material. I know generally speaking, we're pretty good at getting somebody an answer, whether it be 10, 11 o'clock at night or early in the morning. But sometimes you have to make a decision, and as long as it's not, if you're supposed to be using a polymer on the interstate and non-polymer shows up, the answer would be no, don't put it down, because it will be requiring it to come up. Find someplace else to utilize that mix. Change the work. Maybe there's a shoulder. If you were to go ahead and move to a shoulder and go ahead and utilize the material there, we could talk about that. That might be more appropriate than putting it on a travel way.
Yeah. And then there's another question came in talking about, telling a contractor, informing them of issues versus directing. And, it's well within our right to tell the contractor that they are not doing things right and they need to correct it. That's not directing, that's informing them. The question came in, would telling the contractor to proceed at their own risk be an acceptable project level discussion? My opinion is no. We don't want problems continuing. We want them solved at the time and not continuing to be a bigger problem. But I'll get your take on it.
Yes, you're right.
I agree. I mean, it comes right down to layout and everything else. If they haven't done the layout that they need to do, we can stop them. It's part of making sure the job they give us is what we want. So if part of that is doing the layout and making sure that everything's set to go and brakes are where they need to be, that's the expectation. Is we can say nope, it's not ready, we need to stop. And there might be some frustration at the project level, but I think as that gets elevated up through, everybody would agree that we need to have some sort of layout and guidance for people to do the work.
Right. And as I think I mentioned earlier, I'd rather fix a small problem soon than try to fix a bigger problem later.
Right. I mean, the worst case thing is we have to, discuss delays and time or something, and I'm speaking anecdotally, I'm just thinking out loud. I mean, what's the biggest risk that we have if we say, no, you got to stop and lay stuff out? It's pretty small.
Yep. But that being said, the trend is this year is to work with a contractor to try to get that layout done. It shouldn't be just, it should still be a cooperative effort to go ahead and make sure that layout gets done, stringing into joints, stringing over structures, bringing it to their attention, but assisting in getting that work done is something that we can do. That's not directing, that's assisting to work towards the means to the end product. So if helping to string into a joint is solely the contractor's responsibility and we shouldn't be involved, then I'm guilty as hell because I do it all the time. Because it's a way to go ahead and
right. I mean, that goes back to that goes back to this is a team effort. We want to get the job done.
Right.
It's everyone's responsibility to make sure the project's laid out correctly.
Yep. I mean, it's just like takeoffs in the morning. I still, to this day, I'll stand back and watch a crew take off. And if I see something different that I haven't typically seen them do, I'll step in and I'll say, Bob over there just put 6 cranks into his wheel and you put 2. I don't know if that's going to work out so well, and they'll reset and it's, just little things like that. It isn't that you're being nitpicky. It's just calling to attention that, people are busy. You're trying to get work done. You're getting ready to go to work. There's a lot of pressure to get moving. Sometimes things happen. Just stepping back and be observing and letting people know what you've just witnessed is not a bad thing. It's not critical because a lot of it's delivery, by the way. You have to be careful how you deliver the information. But, little things like that if it's something you can do to help minimize an issue, by all means, speak up. So anyways, cease production, essentially, those pretty much are going we have that pretty well laid out, but yet again, occasionally we still ask for somebody will go ahead and set a cease production letter in, and there's no information to back up the claims being made. We're looking for that information so we can we live off our little phones here, so we can't all log into Tim's and find out what's going on. So if we can get a letter with it, and it's an attachment of the actual QC documents they refer to, that's always great. It helps speed up the decision making to go ahead and make a decision. So, and those are going to Ryan, Tim, myself, and we want input from the program and the actual project, because we don't always know if somebody's in cease production and they've got 100 ton left to go, if they're in cease production on an issue and they've got 1,000 ton to go. It does make a difference what action we require to continue. Or if there's a QA sample in the queue and it's already headed to Freeport of Bangor, that makes a difference. So all that, any little bit of information that the project can provide us with helps us make a more timely decision. As timely decisions are part of our goal this year, because it helps save time and money. Anything on that, Tim?
Nope, I'm good on that. Thank you.
Okay. And I'm almost done here. So changes for 2020, more use of Method D acceptance samples for small placement quantities. May require QC plans and pre-paves. And also one of the standards we're doing this year, and because we've got plenty of RAP, we are looking to give more and more RAP to the contractor for 2020. So those are some of the changes for this year. I have a whole thing on here about going into more detail about visual defects and mixed durability, but quite frankly, it's 10:30 and I keep getting phone calls, so I pretty much think I'm out of time. Aren't I, Scott?
Sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, I mean, you've used your hour,
What's
so
that?
you've used your hour.
Yes, I have.
I mean, maybe Tim can cede some of your time this afternoon because he's got an hour and 15.
I mean, like I said,
but
it was very difficult to go ahead and try to pare down what we had put together for a presentation for the joint training down to an hour, but that's fine. I'm hoping we're going to have the opportunity to go ahead and present this similar information later on in the year in a joint training session with industry. So.
Yep. And certainly, I mean, end of the day, we've got a question and answer session. So certainly if you do have questions still, you know, save them for that time frame, or if there's time left out in the milling session, we can talk about it some more. So.
And by all means, if somebody wants to go ahead and throw some items out there that they want to have covered in more detail, please do that, because we've got more all kinds of information here we can share. It's just limited time to do it in.
Yep. All right. Well, thank you, Brian.
Oh, Teresa's up.
Yeah, Teresa, are you on? You can stop sharing your screen, Brian.
I am.
Okay. All right. If everyone wants to just stand up and stretch while Teresa's getting set up, we'll be ready to go in a minute or so.
Okay, can everybody see that as a slideshow view here? Good.
Yes.
All right, hi, I'm Teresa Savoy. As you know, I'm the ADA coordinator for DOT, and I'm going to try something. I'm going to throw up a little poll just to get started, and I'm going to launch it right now. And if you guys want to respond, that'll be great, and I'll be looking at those responses. So the question is, have you taken my ADA training before in the past 2 years? Okay, so I'm showing about a third of you haven't. And I just want to let you know, I'm not going to be going over the regular ADA training today, but I do want to let you know that you can get a really good video, and I'm going to try and do this here, of the training on my website. And if you go, what you can do is just go to the website, see if I can find it. Whoops. Okay. I don't know why I can't do that, but if you go to the ADA website, and I'm going to bring that up, can you all see that? Or is it still my PowerPoint?
I see the website.
Okay. So
well, I also see the poll too, so I don't know.
I'm trying to get rid of that, but
there you go, I got it.
okay. So if you go to MaineDOT, and if you can just put in MaineDOT and ADA, it'll come up with the ADA accessibility program. And on the left-hand side of that, there's a tab called ADA resources for construction. And that's got a lot of information on it. It's got the new standard details, technical and feasibility form, all sorts of information, crosswalk guidance that you might need for ADA. But I also want to bring your attention to the left-hand side, ADA training. And I'm developing this more, creating more trainings, but this was a training that we presented back in December for design and construction, and many of you may have taken that. But if you haven't, I would suggest you start with the third one down called Design Standards. That's our basic ADA review. That's what a lot of you have taken, and that'll be a refresher for some. But I do want to talk a little bit less about that and more about what we found in the field this year, and I need to share my PowerPoint again. There. So that's just a link, some links on where you can get more information on ADA. So what we're going to cover today is just some good news and some bad about ADA and our process. Just a few observations I've had in the field from last year and doing some stuff. And talk a little bit about the 15-foot rule, which we haven't really addressed as closely in the past, but I think many of you are aware of. Talk about that. Level landing and turning spaces, these are some things where I'm seeing some confusion just in what they are and how we do them. So I'm going to just go over that quickly. Talk a little bit about the Main Street Waterville project that we did last year, which was a project that was specific for ADA. Accessible pedestrian signals, I'm going to do an overview of that because I've been seeing some funky things in the field, just things to be aware of. And then I'm going to walk through buffering projects for ADA, and we've created a new Excel curb ramp checklist. We're still getting it to work because we need it to work both ways, both you getting the information and us getting the information back to our inventory. So we're still working on that, but I just want to show you a few things on that, what's coming. And also want to talk about work zone compliance, because I've been seeing some interesting things in the field, and we really need to be aware of that for pedestrians. So the good news. So last year when we did our inventory run through, we were at 10% compliance for all of our curb ramps that had been inspected. This year we're at 14. So we're doing a little bit better. We're showing improvement, and I'm encouraged by that. And a lot of it's just that we've inspected more, but still we aren't getting to where we need to be. The not so good news is we still struggle to get compliance on projects, and we're struggling to inspect curb ramps, and we're going to try and remedy that this year with some new processes. And on projects, which this graph shows 18 and 19, we have about an 18% compliance, but we need to be doing much better. And the caveat here is we haven't inspected a lot of those, or they were inspected before we did the work. So we might have some better news, but we just don't have the inspection yet. So I just wanted to let you all know that we're keeping track of this. This is what we need to do for federal compliance. And when we build stuff and we say we're making it compliant, we need to show that we did. So I'm just looking for some help, and we're going to try and figure this out to get the information back to us and to the folks in the field, back to our inventory. So just a few observations that I've found. The first one is this stuff is hard, and it can be really labor intensive, and it's not as easy as slapping down detectable warnings. So we've been working. I just want to thank all the folks who are calling me out, working through this stuff, trying to get it right. Walking the site with the contractor is really important, but we need to be very clear that the walkthrough is guidance, not necessarily the end result. So if we say this is where the detectable warning should go, we need to understand that they need to figure out how to make it compliant. It might be a little bit different than what we walked through. Everybody needs to put a level on it. We just can't eyeball this stuff. 2%, there are no tolerances for ADA. So we need to make sure that we're putting a level on it, and really a 2-foot level, smart level if that's available. And lastly, it's always better to build below the maximum slope grades when you can. That way it gives you a little bit of leeway and things shift, and then at the end result, we can say it's compliant when we go through and check off all of the things that we need to check off for ADA compliance. I just want to talk about the 15-foot rule. We're going to be doing a lot of matching ramps with existing sidewalk. So what ADA says is we need to go back 15 feet to get the lowest grade possible. And that means if we can't get the 8.3%, we can't just not get it. We need to go back up to 15 feet to get that lowest grade that we can get. And some things to consider, and what we found was what's under the sidewalk and what's adjacent to the sidewalk. Rock walls, buildings, bad drainage, that kind of stuff. So it's all very challenging. And sometimes that means that we can't do it. We can't technically get everything we need to get done right. So I just want to go over some new stuff, and if Atlee's out there, he might be able to speak to some stuff too if we get any questions. This year, we decided that we do a separate ADA contract for LCP and CPR to be completed in 2021. And that way we're kind of hoping for better results and more attention to ADA and helping the pavers out and seeing if we can maybe separate these things and save time and money going back and fixing them and all of that. Other paving projects outside of that will need to be addressed when in construction, but it's LCP and CPR, we're looking at doing it afterwards. Now that's a real jump because we're really supposed to be doing it at the time, but we're thinking that we want to get it done right. So this is going to be a trial launch for next year, see how it goes, see what we get for contracts back, and then we might have to readdress it in the future. But I just want to let you know, many of you do know that, that's happening. And also, I just want to let you know that in the specs 1609, 221, and 222, there are new methods for paying for terminals by the linear foot. So I just wanted to give you a heads up on that. I can't speak to that directly. I'm not really involved in all of that language, but if somebody has a question on that, let me know, and we will we'll see if we can get you some information. But I just wanted to direct you to that.
Those are actually pay items, new pay items for terminal curbs. And as Teresa mentioned, the requirement is that we may have to go up to a 15-foot terminal in order to get compliance. But we may or may not know that when we're estimating. So these pay items allow you to pay for curb terminals by the linear foot, depending on how long they end up being in the field.
But ideally, we really want to know when at the time of bidding, so that they can bid appropriately. So we need to do enough work so we've got a pretty good idea what the lengths of the terminals are, but this does give us a little wiggle room.
Yeah, absolutely. And it also means that when we're in design, if we know that we're going to have 3 different lengths, we don't have to have 3 different pay items. We can still use the same pay item for 3 different lengths of terminals.
Yeah, thanks for that. Also, I think I just want to put a shout out there for folks who are really doing some good due diligence with these projects, trying to get out ahead of them and finding out what we need to do and walking them and all that. I want to talk about level landings a little bit. Level landings and turning spaces. These terms are interchangeable. Some regs, some documents use level landings, other turning spaces. These create a turning space where a chair can land and turn or go through the ramp. And I think we've seen that in prior trainings, but I think sometimes it gets missed. The space needs to be 2% cross slope in each direction. And so it's sometimes hard to get, especially on radius ramps. We've got new standard details to help us. Not every ramp needs a turning space. And that's something I'm going to address in just a few minutes. So, but the ones that do, we need to really look at the new standard details and make sure that we're getting the right terminals and things like that to make sure that we can bring those down to a level landing. And the detectable warning can be a part of that landing if need be. Side streets with no connecting sidewalks do not need to turn, so they don't need a turning space. And they are needed at mid-block crossings. So those are just a few things. And these are just a few examples. This one up here is on the left. Oops. Is someone's coming down here in a chair. They don't need to stop and make a turn if they want to go this way. They can come straight through. So there really isn't a need for a level landing there. This one here is a bit of an extreme because it's got a big bump out, but you need to have a level landing here so sidewalks coming this way and this way can stop, make a decision, and turn. These are the really tough ones down on the left-hand bottom, where you've got a really tight radius there and you're trying to get something level down where the detectable warning is, and also allowing for the chair to continue to move down the other sidewalk if they don't want to turn. Because if it's 8% there, 8.3, that's a really tough thing to manage in a tight space like that. And mid-block crossings, again, you need to have your 8.3 lower ramps on the sides and the flat level landing at the bottom. And again, this detectable warning can be a part of that. So I just wanted to remind everybody of that. There are some instances where you don't need them. And in our new collection document that I'm going to share with you, it's going to show not needed. And you can click on that when you do that, fill out that form for the particular ramp. So I'm just looking at the questions. Anyway, I don't have the answers to that done, but Waterville, the Waterville project, just some background. Back in 2017, there was a mill and fill project on Route 104 Main Street in Waterville. And it was done kind of with older direction, and the detectable warnings weren't placed properly, and the ramps were in grade. And there are a lot of those projects out there, but I think what happened was there was a project in Waterville where somebody mentioned to the city they had done it wrong, and they said, well, did you check out Main Street? And so we did, and we looked at it, and what we decided to do is use this area for our first standalone ADA project. So we did a lot of work, just Jay Baines and Doug and Kyle and Tom, a bunch of folks went out. And we put the project out to bid in the spring of 2019, and it was awarded in July that year, and it began work in September with an anticipated completion date of, I think, October 1st. That we didn't meet, but it was a real learning experience for everybody, I think. I just want to take a minute to thank Mike Comstock if he's out there, and he may not be, but he was a resident on the project and worked so closely on it and was really helpful. We had some contractors that didn't really have the experience on this stuff, and he was really learning. We're all learning, so it was a good experience. So I thank everybody on that project. So just some things that we looked at, just some before and afters of what we had to deal with when we were doing these projects. This is on Roosevelt Street North, and as you can see in the before picture, that was how the detectable warnings were placed. And we had this challenge of this residence wall that we had to deal with to bring this ramp down to make it flat down here, and there was also a sidewalk going up Roosevelt Street. So what we did was we went back 15 feet, and we ended up building a bituminous back curb to hold the wall up and to get the slopes down. Pictures don't really show a lot of things. This is really flat here, just the angle of the camera. The detectable warnings aren't placed yet. They would have gone down here. But just some of the challenges that we had to look at and to get these things right. So this is on the other side of the street. We had this little sidewalk here that didn't continue up the street. So it was just kind of this residence little sidewalk. So we went back as far as we could, went back to the pole. But what we wanted to really do was to drop this down pretty low and get this curbing up. So you can see there wasn't any terminal curbing there. We did that. And we did a lot of grassing, because if you're visually impaired and you're using a cane or you're using even your foot, you can feel the difference. So a lot of times just grassing up or putting in some landscaping is helpful to create a barrier for folks who are visually impaired. This is Johnson Heights, and as you can see the before, this is a really old picture, but there was a big wide opening, old sidewalk in both directions. So we ended up going all the way back 15 feet. It looks a lot steeper than it is. We got this nice and flat down here and allowed both sidewalks to meet and turn. And Prospect Street, this is where we put in, there was a sidewalk, a crosswalk here, and we made 2 entrances and flattened those things out and created some turning spaces up at the top. We did a little bit of curbing up here too to tighten it up, and again did some more landscaping on the side. And this is Boutel Street, and this was really, really steep here. We went back 15 feet. I can't remember if we got the flat landing or not. I believe we had to do a technical and feasibility form for this. But we had the challenge of these 2 sidewalks, bringing them together, tightening up the curb, and putting the detectable warnings in, flattening out this part here. So those are just some of the things that we saw on this project. Just real challenges that, just to let everyone know, this stuff is hard. We worked really hard to get these things right. The money that's being put in it is to make things ADA compliant, because we used ADA funding. So that's really important to make sure that we get it done right. And it's time consuming. We got half the street, half of the project done really before it started really getting cold. I just want to talk too, moving away from that, about some drainage issues, and it can be really challenging when you're retrofitting. And we need to ensure that the ramp drains properly, so it may not be able to meet the 2% cross slope or the 8% ramp. We don't want to cause a bigger concern with drainage, so we might have to do a technical and feasibility form on some of these. I think we were able to fix this one, but just things to look at. I want to talk, do we have any questions? Okay, no, okay. I want to talk about detectable warnings, just a quick overview and just a few things that we saw in the field last year. Again, they are put in street intersections where there are stop or yield signs or traffic signals. So if there's a reason, there's a warranted sign there, we should be putting detectable warnings in. And there should be at mid-block crossings, so people coming into the crossing, into the street, can stop and know that that's a crossing. And also on some railroad crossings, there's still some conflict about whether or not, if they have an arm that stops people, do you need the detectable warnings? But if you don't, you really need to make sure you've got detectable warnings in there. And they're not needed at driveways or parking lots unless they warrant signalization. If you've got a big parking lot that's got, you know, signalization, yes, but if it's just somebody's driveway, no. So here's a little example of what we ran into last year. And as you can see, the detectable warning is here. And if you can look back, way back, there's a sidewalk that comes across, and it comes across right here. I'll get my little drawing pen. So if somebody would be walking, and they'd be walking this way, and they would hit the detectable warning. Unfortunately, this isn't how people with visual impairments find their way around a lot of times. So they might be going out like this, they'd hit this, they might be walking out here, and they could be coming through here, bang, missing the detectable warning and walking into the street because they might be following this curb line or whatever they can find to follow, because there's nothing over here to follow. These are really challenging. And I can't remember what we decided, but there are 2 options here. You can take this area and grass it and make an esplanade like you have up here. So that gives them a cue and walk it into the pole where they can hit that pole, not hit it, but feel it with their foot or their cane, and then bring them around to that so that they aren't walking through it into the street. So that's just one instance that we had that I thought was interesting, and that I had a challenge figuring out how to do and do right, because there's all sorts of scenarios out there. And again, I showed this one last year, but just want to impress upon folks to think about the user. Right now, ADA requires a 3-foot travel way around pinch points. And this was, I guess, 3 feet, but it doesn't mean it can't be wider. And it can be a lot easier if you straighten it out. And a chair can not have to come too close to this pole and work its way around it on this big hill. PROAG is going to require 4 feet when it eventually gets approved. We're trying to make it 4 feet. But again, think about the user. And this is a little thing that I ran into last year. This is not our project, but it's just a really good example of when things are done right, and we've done this ourselves. taking it through, letting the chair go around, and where it's done wrong. If you follow this down, you're going to see this pole right here. That's 27.5 inches and a big drop off here. So a chair can't get through that. They're going to fall into this ditch thing. Why they didn't go around it like they did with the drainage, I don't know. It looks like they certainly could have. It might have been because down here, there's no way to get down through it with a chair because there's a bunch of old poles. But if you can get here as a chair user, you can get across, and then it's free sailing down that side of the sidewalk. So when we're looking at these things, we have to make sure that we're getting that stuff, you know, for the user done properly. Again, this isn't ours, it's just a good example of where you can do things wrong. Any questions? Okay, good. I want to talk a little bit about APS, accessible pedestrian signals. Some projects have them, some don't. If you're not involved in placing them, you don't really need to worry about it or overseeing the placement of them. But I've seen where they've been put in and they haven't been done properly, and that really impacts folks. So I'm just going to give you some examples. So the APS it's a device to inform people who have visual impairments how to use an intersection. So there are certain things about the APS that are important for them because they're trained on how to use them. So the installation recommendations in MUTCD, which is what the PROAG is going to be referring to, are like this. They need to be between the landings of the curb ramp, so they should be on these edges as far apart as they can be. This says 10 feet, and that is, it's what we shoot for. They need to be within 6 feet of the curb. So the curbs here, they can't be more than 6 feet or shouldn't be. And they need to be separated again by more than 10 feet, but there are some caveats about that, and I'll go over those, and many of you already know that. And again, it's gonna be MUTCD. So when we should be looking at what MUTCD says about this stuff. The reality is that when you're retrofitting, meeting this design is often difficult. And on diagonal ramps, sometimes it's impossible to get poles 10 feet apart in an area where there are landings and the chair can sit and press the button. MUTCD allows for APS to be on the same pole or closer than 10 feet, but it has to have an audible speech walk message. And that means, okay to walk Green Street or Green Street crossing now or something like that. So it can orient people to where they're supposed to be crossing versus just beeping at them. The tactile arrow, this piece right here, that's really helpful for an individual who's visually impaired or hearing impaired. It vibrates so they can feel it, and a blind person can feel the way that the crosswalk is going, so that they align it. It needs to be aligned with the direction of travel on the crosswalk. So these are some of the things that I found missing. We did not put this up, but this is my bad example. This goes down the street. The crossing is in front of this sign, but this is the detectable warning to hell because it just goes down. So it needs to be in a place. The detectable warning buttons need to be unobstructed. They need to be adjacent to a level, all-weathered surface, and they need to be at a mounting height of 42 and no more than 48 inches. Now, I get a lot of questions about how far does it have to be to reach, and if it's unobstructed, it should be reachable. They do allow for a side reach of 10 inches, but that's not very much. That means something on the bottom of the post can't be more than 10 inches so that a chair can get up to it. And again, be aware of hardware. This is just a little one that I came across. This is my little visually impaired dude. He's hearing that beep and he's reaching for that button down below that box. And when he bends down to hit it, he's gonna bunk his head and that's gonna hurt. We're supposed to be putting this stuff 80 inches above the ground above the pedestrian walkway circulation path. All of it should be up above that so people don't hit their heads. I tried to get a picture. I don't have one right now, but I've also seen them where there's a PED button and then a sign up here, and it's on a stub pole. So when people bend down, they can hit their head on the sign as well. So we just, again, need to be thinking of the user. Just things to think about, because if you're visually impaired, if you're not visually impaired, you don't think about those things. So are there any questions on that piece? So I'm going to put up my next, no? Okay. I'm going to put up my next survey. All right, if I can pull this up here. Okay. Oh, no, okay, there we go. So my next poll is poll number 2. Do you have a family member or friend that has a disability? And I'm going to launch the poll. Okay, so there are about a little under half of you that do. You probably know people that do. You just don't know that they do. But yeah, there's about 8% to 10% of the population of the state of Maine has a mobility disability. So there are a lot of people out there, and those are people who say they do. People like my mom who has macular degeneration, she doesn't check the box in the census that she does, but she does. So I'm gonna check that. So I just wanted to, that's interesting. It's hard if you don't understand or work with people to get into that thought pattern of how people use things. I'm learning myself, but it's really critical that we try to think of the user. So I'm gonna try and get rid of this thing here. Okay. And I'm gonna show you how to buffer projects for ADA. So I just wanna look at the time here. Okay. What I wanna do is I'm gonna share a screen with you. I'm gonna go to, nope, that's not it. Sorry. Okay. Okay, I'm going to just ask you and see if the map viewer is coming up.
Yes, I can see the map viewer.
Okay, great. Now,
Blue Hill, yep.
Hopefully there won't be a lot of lag time, but this is just a really quick and dirty how to do this. I'm creating a video. I've created one, but we're going to be making some changes on it on how to do this, and I'm going to be putting up on our training program. So you all are using Map Viewer, I'm assuming. What you do first is you add a layer. And if you go to the search engine, all you have to do is type in curb. Oops. And there's our curb ramps on MaineDOT roads. Add that. I'm hoping that I'm going to have the, yeah. There we go. And click done. And so now you have the curb ramps on our system. And I'm going to spout out a little bit. It's going to just take a second, but it's going to show you sorry. It's going to bring up all the curb ramps on our system, and they're going to be all 3 different colors. So we've got yellow and red and blue is compliant on a whole lot of those. But it does show you yellow means it hasn't been inspected yet, or it hasn't been put into our system yet as inspected. We do have many more inspected. We're hoping to put that up in the next couple of weeks, so we'll have the best updated information. We do this annually, and that's another thing we're hoping to look at. So what you do in order to buffer your curb ramp is, I just picked this project here. It was in Blue Hill. Gonna take a minute. I hope this works. Yeah, no. Shoot. Try that again. Thanks for your patience. There we go. So, whoa. So this is the project in question that I've just chose to buffer. And if you look at this, you'll see some curb ramps up here and up here that are kind of near it. Some curb ramps here. This is a rotary a roundabout that was built a few years ago. And so I just want to show you what happens when we do buffer these. So to buffer a project, once you have it up, you click on your little wrench over here, create a buffer. And what it does is it gives you your options, and of course it's linked. And what we found is this is the best distance to create a buffer with curb ramps. It's 0.02. And I'm going to provide a document and a training for this, but just to show you. So you create a buffer, and then what you do is you go to the little picture where you draw a shape, and you draw a shape. And so you've got this 0.2 mile length. Then you go back to the map layers, go to your curb ramps, go to filtered data, go to the search area. And what you see down here is total features, 13,245. That's how many curb ramps we have in our system. So you select that 0.02 miles and you apply it. And all the other curb ramps outside of that 0.02 disappear. Now this curb ramp disappeared and these curb ramps disappeared. I just caution you that some might need to be part of the project that disappear, and some don't. These were a mid-block that was up the street and the Parker Point Road, so they don't need to be on this project. So I just wanted a caveat is you need to kind of check on those to make sure that they aren't, that you're missing any. So you just go view data. That creates a little, as you know, a little thing that, and a good check is how many curb ramps you have. Make sure that's the same. If you have 13,000 and you press the button, it takes a long time to save and download. So save into an Excel spreadsheet. And download it. And I'm doing this because I just want to show you what we're hoping to do with this information. And again, we're working on this, but once this Excel spreadsheet is opened, and it creates a list for you. on Excel, and that's kind of how I created the CPR jobs and all of that. And when this thing gets up, if it ever opens up, there we go. I'll just show you what we're hoping to do, what we're working on right now. So you have all the curb ramps and all the information, and this is all the information that's in our inventory. So we're trying to keep it all the same, so we can bring it back to our inventory when you collect the data. But one of the things that we've created, and big kudos to Mark Austin, if you're out there, he worked on this and helped us create this document, or just did it on his own, and we thought it was a really good document. But this is just a collection data sheet that you can snap to that Excel spreadsheet, and on your iPad, you can collect data. And you can just click on it, and it has just the same information that we have on our system. We're working on creating something that you can use, that we can update immediately, but we're not there yet. So I just want to let you know that's out there. But you can just copy this data, this thing, copy it to a new sheet on your curb ramp Excel spreadsheet. And we might have a new template too. That's something we're working on. One thing I will caution you is to save this curb ramp sheet, because you're going to have about 10 curb ramps on DOT roads sheets that you won't know where they are. So put the project name and save that. But those are the things we're working on. And when you look at this sheet, it has, detectable warnings. It provides some general information on what we're looking at for each one. And if there's a public facility, if it's a school, if it's a courthouse, those types of things, we need to know that. There's a technical and feasibility thing that I'm adding. So if you've got a technical and feasibility on the project and you're going to be doing a form, we want you to check that so I can query those and bring those all up. And then there's an area for freehand notes. And again, these are the requirements from the standard details. So they kind of coexist with those standard detail requirements that you should familiarize yourself with if you haven't already. Are there any questions? So
Yeah, there was one from earlier.
Okay.
Let's see. Jen asked, for the situation you showed with the button pointing towards hell,
Yep.
to fix that, would you install 2 buttons to replace the one mounted against the building so you can capture walkers from both directions on the sidewalk?
Yeah, and in that instance, there was another one on the other side of the sidewalk that was really far away from it, and those should be brought together. And you can have the audibles and stuff, and 2 buttons, but you have to look. It depends on what's available for you. And some of the challenges that we found is sometimes there's so much stuff in the way. You need to do your best, but we need to it's situational, really, how you put that. They were sticking it in the best place they could with the time they had, it looked like. But I would have put it in a different place. Yeah. Hope that answers that question. So are there any questions on this sheet? We're hoping to get this out to you. We're going to be putting it on the highway page, right, Scott? And
yeah, I mean, that's the plan. Were you trying to share that sheet, Teresa? Because all I still see is map viewer.
Oh shoot! Sorry, guys. It's not about the sharing.
Sharing.
I forgot to share. So this is the sheet that we have, and I'm sorry. Thank you for doing that. So this just has some drop downs. This has the intersection description that we're hoping to have that fill out. That's what we're working on immediately, based on the buffer that you created. This has the orientation, whether it's a mid block, all the things that are on our inventory, all the things that are on map viewer. So and that was showing map viewer. So thank you for that. That's the question. That's the missing link. You guys must have been perplexed, but thank you. So that's what we're hoping to get out to you all, so you can put it right on your iPad if you're out in the field. I know that Kyle McDonald was using it, and he sent me some stuff, and that's what we're working with. We're trying to get it to work both ways. So if there's anybody out there who is a master at Excel, I'm glad to work with you. I think that Mark's got some skills, obviously, that I don't have. I also don't have my Excel manuals. They're all at work. So I was like doing YouTube videos trying to figure all this stuff out. So we're getting there. I'm working with some folks, and anybody else who wants to help, that'd be awesome too. So I'm going to go back to the PowerPoint presentation if there aren't any other questions on that piece. Again,
Yeah,
that's what. Oh.
Yeah, I know you've mentioned it, but just to kind of reiterate, you know, there is an app that was created for this that a few of us were trained in. We, you know, it's wasn't super user friendly, and it's hard to get trained on something and not use it for 6 months or a year and then try to figure out how to use it. So we all know how to use Excel. The idea is that this is something that the residents can fill out. As Teresa mentioned, you know, one of our big issues is that half the ramps we put in weren't even looked at. So we want to make sure we're getting those and getting them in the system, and that'll be something rolling out, you know, that we're rolling out this year, so that anyone that does have ramps in their jobs this year, or even ramps last year on their jobs that they didn't get to get get them in and get them into the system.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. And in the meantime, it's helpful too if you're out estimating or looking at upcoming projects to go through and see what we've got out there. That's what I think Mark was using it for the CPR projects and the LCP projects in Region 4. So we want to have a document that's usable. So, but we want it to work both ways so that we get the information that we need. We don't want you filling out a bunch of information and not being able to carry it back. Or if we do need to carry it back, we want to have processes for that. So that's what I'm working with the folks that use this stuff. And again, I'm really glad to hear any kind of ideas that you have. I know you're all out there working this stuff. Thanks, John. Yeah, we I think what we're going to, Scott and I talked about this, about checking the ramp with a 4-foot level. We use a 2-foot for our collectors, and we use a 2-foot because that's what the Department of Justice uses. I think we're talking about when you're inspecting, you need to inspect with a 2-foot smart level. If that's an issue, we can talk about that. I think what's happening is it's not getting, we might not get the results that we want to get, and it changes things. If they show up with their 2-foot levels on a lawsuit and we said, you know, we used a 4-foot level on that. I don't know how that's going to work with them. I've heard some horror stories across the country, but more on that later. Scott, if you want to weigh in on that, that's great too. But I understand most folks have 4-foots out there, but we're going to be transitioning to 2 on these ramps, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that was the idea. We want to be inspecting it the same way that the people checking us are going to be inspecting it. So.
Right. Yeah. Yes, Dee. Order 2-foot levels. Thanks. So I want to talk a little bit. If you have any more questions, that's great. I'm glad to do that. I also want to invite any contractors out there who may not have had some of the training to look on my training site or contact me. I'm glad to walk through projects or walk through some of this stuff with you. I know that what I heard a lot, one of my findings was, yeah, we've been doing this, but what's happening is you haven't been doing it properly, and that's because we need to get better training out there, and I recognize that, and I offer that up to you. Glad to work with you on that. Some of you know, some don't, and we're just kind of in the middle of it all, learning, and it's a process. So on the work zone compliance piece, we need to create alternate pedestrian access routes where there are sidewalks and things to the maximum extent feasible. So we might not be able to do it perfect, but we need to do it better than some of the things I've seen out there. And we have to do it and have it available for people to get through construction sites 24/7. This is a lot of language. I'm not going to go through it all, but it needs to be ADA compliant. That means 36 inches. You need your 3 feet at least, and if you have a 4 or 5 foot, you're better off because you don't have to provide 5 by 5 foot turning spaces every 20 feet, or opportunities for passing, because 2 chairs can't get through a 3 foot channel. You need to maintain minimum width, smooth surfaces, and just make sure you're avoiding any tripping hazards, and minimizing barriers, and making sure that people who are visually impaired, oftentimes they follow things with their hands, that they're not hitting nails and things like that. And this is just the question, which is compliant without a question mark. So this right-hand one is a picture that I use all the time. Just a good way of channeling people. They had the wall there, so that's helpful. But this one on the left, this is just a safety hazard for a number of different reasons. And so we just need to keep an eye on that and make sure that we're allowing for people to walk safely through our sites. I know sometimes we say that we're doing that, and then you get out there and things happen. But as much as possible, we need to make sure, not as much as possible, we need to make sure that these are safe for people. People who are able-bodied and can walk and make choices, that's one thing. But if you're trying to make your way through one of these sites and you have a visual impairment, or you've got a chair, and you don't want to be out in the middle of the road, or you need to make it safe. So I'm glad to work with you on that. Just before lunch, my contact information is here. I'm glad to work with any of you and all of you, and I appreciate all the work you're doing out there to get me out looking at your stuff and doing some brainstorming and some troubleshooting. And I'm glad to answer any questions.
I'm gonna assume we're not gonna do the suggested fix. We're probably gonna order some 2 foot levels is what we're gonna go with.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we'll order the levels, but
Yeah.
in the meantime, if you need to MacGyver it, as long as your 2x4 is straight and true, which
Yep.
most of them you buy these days aren't, so
Yeah, so
that would work. But
yeah, you need to calibrate those things, especially if you're like me and drop them a lot. Yes, Jeff, I miss Paris. I miss Paris in the spring. So I am glad to come down to Paris, over to Paris, and look at some of that stuff with you. Again, I know you've got some really challenging stuff on that job. Is that it?
it looks it. It looks it. If
all right,
anyone
guys.
from Highway needs a 2 foot level, usually Sean does most of our ordering. So work with Sean. Maybe you can put in an order with Lisa to get some.
Okay, thank you all. Enjoy your lunch.
All right. Thanks, Teresa.
So one thing that I wanted to cover before we get too far into it, and actually this is literally fresh off the presses. It's a nice reminder for everybody. I wanted to go over some of the cease language and reject language so everybody's clear on that. And feel free, let me pull up the little, oh geez. Yeah, I won't be able to see I've got too many screens, I guess. Very braggadocious, but so Bodge or Scott, please let me know if a question comes up on these because I can't see. So the QC cease, just so we're all clear on that one, it's up to the contractor, of course, to provide all that information to us. They are required to submit a corrective action, but it's not necessarily our response. They don't need to wait on us to approve something like that. That being said, we need to make sure that control charting became a new thing last year. It's extremely helpful for us, and those get forwarded up to us, as well as the resident and anybody else to look at those and see where we are with these and make sure that the corrective action makes sense. You've seen in the past that, you know, sometimes those corrective actions are very specific to the plant, and we've worked hard with industry, and everybody's coming up with pretty good ceases as to what the materials are that they're changing, things like that. But those charts are really helpful for us to see what's going on. So QCCs, they're not needed to, we don't need to approve those actions. A QACs, however, QACs comes from our lab, our Freeport or our Bangor lab. And if it's a density, the work stops. Density is controlled on site. So obviously we're not going to continue to place material if we need to make corrections to those density requirements. So the work stops until they give us a corrective action. And then the mix, however, this is the big difference, is if the mix goes into cease, whatever they have on the road, we can't really change that. So what we've allowed is that mix to be continued to be put out. That obviously, if they've got 1,000 tons in the silos, that doesn't include the silos until we get some sort of corrective action. But generally speaking, you know, if you got 5 or 10 trucks in front of you and you need to put that mix out and they go into cease, we do allow that to go down. Of course, it's a little bit of a risk, but you know, we do allow that to go down. QA reject, whatever it is, it stops until we get a corrective action on that. And then I put it in green here. Any of my big comments on this presentation will be in green. So basically, if they go into a QA or QC cease, as we've talked about, we need all the control charting, we need all the documentation. The more information they give us, the better off it is. So if you're seeing very little information and you're going, well, I don't really know what this means, quite frankly, we probably don't quite know what it means either. So please, ask them for any control charting or any of that stuff if you're not seeing those attached charts, because we're just going to ask for it anyway. So if we're trying to expedite stuff, that's, sometimes we need, a little help in the field as far as getting some of that information to us. Before I go into milling, is any questions on that?
I don't see any questions, Tim.
Okay. So now let's talk about milling a little bit. I apologize. I was hoping to put more pictures in, but I just, this thing's going on this spring, so we just haven't had time. But this is basically the update. I'm going to go through some of the stuff that you guys have seen a few times, but it's good to reiterate it so we're all fresh in our brains. Basically, the only specification update we've done this year, we did have a meeting with industry, and we've talked about some of the way the sensors are set up. In the old days, is my mouse visible in this? Can you see that?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. So originally in the old days, the old sensors, the sensor systems were you either had an end gate control or you had 3 sensors, and they didn't correspond. With the newer systems, you can have the multiplex systems and other devices that basically integrate this sensor in the front, the sensor in the rear, and then the end gate acts as a contact sensor, and they do talk to one another. The older systems don't have it. The older systems don't work that way. In talking with industry, it sounds like nobody has that system anymore. So you may see some of this, the contacts. The big point with all of this is if you guys are seeing a system that doesn't make sense to you, please talk to them, ask them what they're doing, make sure that it makes sense to you. As always, if it makes sense to you, it's probably right. If it doesn't make sense to you, no matter your level of experience, it doesn't necessarily make it, it may not be right. So just keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on that system. That's the biggest change. Specification updates for item numbers. We have some big, long, fancy looking item numbers. That's my fault. You can blame me for that. The intent was to try to get some of the hourly items as the same item numbers as the non-hourly items, basically, so it's all in one place, easy to find. Most of these hourly items, you guys, I don't know how many projects we really have with these hourly items. I know we have some CPRs and maybe some LCPs and some pug mills. But for the majority, this is kind of just an info for you guys. If you see these crazy item numbers, that's what we're looking for. They are all the same standards. I'll discuss back and forth what they are, the difference, but primarily all the surface tolerances and all those expectations are exactly the same as they would be for the square yard items. It's just how we're paying for it. So basically the difference is square yards measured in place. It's measured by us, of course. It's up to the, we have to agree with the contractor, make sure our numbers are jiving, but of course it's up to us to measure it and make sure it's right. Hourly is measured just like any of our other hourly items, nearest quarter hour. Obviously, if they shut down for lunch, we don't pay through lunch. If they shut down for fueling for long periods of time, we don't pay for that. Same thing with watering and replacing teeth, breakdowns, things like that. Those are not included in our hourly items. What would be included in the hourly items is if they're moving the equipment around. Say we have, a mile-long job and they have 6 different spots they need to mill and they're not milling in between those spots. As they walk that machine around, we would technically pay for that hour, those items. The only place, of course, it gets dicey is if you have 2 butt joints, say, and you're paying for the hourly on each one of those, and they choose to walk 11 miles down the road. Obviously, that's a discussion because we're not going to pay for 11 miles of walking a piece of equipment down the road. But I think that's kind of a fairly obvious difference.
Yeah, so real similar to regular equipment rental items. One thing we ran into the first job that we're using the hourly on, the contractor did not supply enough trucks.
Mm-hmm.
So every time they'd fill up a truck, then they'd sit for half an hour, then they'd fill up a truck, and then they'd sit for half an hour. And we're in discussions with them on not paying for that time because obviously they're not providing the trucks to keep it moving.
Right. And so the and to that point, the trucking and stuff is, if you read in the specification, is incidental to the hourly items. So we don't pay additional trucking for that. There's always to every rule, there's always an exception, and I'm sure that exceptions will come up, but this is kind of the general, especially if the contractor is hauling the millings to their preferred location, it's different. If we're directing them to go to a specific place, it may be we may have to negotiate trucking, things like that. So back to my list here, it's the operational speed for square yard is really up to the contractor. We have surface tolerances we're trying to meet, and they know that, and it's up to them. If they can run at a higher speed and still produce the skip lengths and everything that are required in the contract, then that's up to them. If they can't, obviously we have a right to slow down or correct if we're not seeing the surface tolerances, but overall speed is up to them. Hourly, it's in there. We estimate and we assume 50 feet per minute. That is up to the resident to make that decision. Obviously, if you're getting into an area where you're cutting 6 inches or something like that, PM wrap's a good example. We may have to slow that equipment down. That's up for the resident to make a decision on and work with the contractor to agree to that's being adjusted. And it's more, because it's an hourly and it's as we direct, it's much more on the resident's responsibility or the inspector's responsibility to make sure that we're meeting those tolerances. If we're making a contractor mill at 50 feet a minute and they're not hitting the tolerances, is it really the contractor's responsibility that they're not hitting the tolerances? And the answer is no, not in the hourly situation. It's up to us to manage that. Oops. The trimming is a little bit gray, and that's more or less on purpose, because it really is, these hourlies are really project specific. So, standard trimming practices, square yard, whatever you need to trim to make things work is incidental. Hourly, we're really trying to use these on production milling. So, if you have a handful of catch basins, then, that would be incidental. But if you are using it in an area where you have catch basins and manholes and a bunch of other things you got to work around for, in a very short area, and they're spending hours and hours with a trimmer head, basically areas that you're spending more time with a trimmer head than you are with a milling machine, those would be paid separately. There'd be a skid steer rental and an hourly rental. In those instances, that information should all be in your construction notes and be part of the contract.
We did have
Anything?
a question, Tim, from
Yep.
D. Um, I'll just read it, but I think I know the answer. But we have contractors that don't measure the square yards. So would our measurements stand good? Square yards should be done daily. I mean, yes, our
Yes.
measurements
Yep.
are what we pay the contractor based on our measurements. We don't pay on contractor quantities. Obviously, if there's a discrepancy, there should be a conversation to determine why we're getting different numbers. And it's always a good idea to make sure your yards are caught up to date daily.
Right. Exactly. And my thing is, if a contractor is choosing not to measure it, that's their prerogative. But it's very hard to defend our numbers if nobody else is reading the numbers. So I mean, it's do it daily and keep up with it, and it is fine. Ultimately, our values. So let's see. So these are some reminders, some of the stuff we saw last year, and just some stuff that the spec we changed. Like I said earlier, the only thing that's changed between 2019 and 2020 is that sensor, that center sensor. All the other matchup requirements and stuff, none of that has changed. So just as a reminder, Memorial Day, 4th of July, Labor Day, even with the COVID stuff, we still need to match those every day or for those weekends. If the contractor is choosing to leave for 3 days or greater than 3 days, obviously we need to match up. We don't want high joints or anything. And then if there's anything listed in the project specific 105 that limits the work schedule windows or anything like that, we need to adhere to that. So edge line requirements, this is one of the things that, we had kind of a varying differential on some of the enforcement and expectations on here. Just so everybody's aware, after 21 days, anything that's 2 inches, greater than 2 inches, where we have to do a 12-to-1 taper, we have to do the 2-foot cut, or we have to do something to reduce that vertical edge. Now, every project is different. Some projects may have some limitations or exceptions. It's a low volume road or something like that. If those issues are noted and the project wants to go a different route, I think just communicate up to us so we can discuss and determine what that level of risk and assumption we want. But otherwise, we need to follow these guidelines. So edge points, I think, I hit it again, but I'll hit it over, is we just need to remember that if we cut 12-to-1 tapers, we don't want to mill in at an angle. We want a nice square joint to match into. And any paved tapers or anything like that, obviously we don't want to pave over those, just like butt joints or anything else. Temporary mix has to come out. So this is another one that I think last year, I don't think we had any issues with it, but I want to remind everybody, just any vertical edges we need to delineate in some way, especially any of these ones where we're not milling the shoulders. We need to do some sort of either a temporary white line or RPMs or TOMs, whatever you want to call them. Something along those lines we need to have at the end of the day, no matter the differential. If we're removing a stripe, it needs to be delineated in some way. And also don't forget about the uneven lane signs. Weepers, this has come up recently. Just keep in mind that it's the big point here is it's not the department's responsibility to pick all these locations. And it's not the contractor's fully responsibility. The contractor is responsible for the way they do the work. So it's they're the first thoughts of laying these out. But the department has input as well, and we should be making sure that they're being cut where they need to be cut. And the big thing too that we've seen is we're still not always cutting these weepers to the full width of the shoulder. We do not want to daylight a weeper halfway down the shoulder, even if the shoulder is really steep, because the idea is we're channelizing and making sure that water gets out of that shoulder no matter what. So if we're doing that, we want to make sure we're cutting full width. So a little bit of discussion for this year. We did meet with industry in, I think, November of 2019. And we talked a little bit about the milling, how well the year went, some of their concerns, our concerns. That's where one of the multiplex specification came into play. They, they were pretty adamant that they can do that now. So we talked about it, and the understanding is they're going to provide that information and that discussion with us when we ask the questions, they're willing to explain and walk through how those setups are. And with that, we balance back a little bit. We talked about design and layout. The big concern we had last year was we were milling to slopes, but we weren't always providing the information we needed to cut at center line or the edge line or whatever we chose as a control point. We essentially said match the control point. And there was a lot of concern with that. There was a lot of concern with risk involved with that and how much risk they can assume, as we're not necessarily giving all the information needed to make it work. In other words, if you've got a 3% cross slope on the road and we're asking you to cut a 2% cross slope, you can't cut 2 inches at center line and run 2% slope and expect it to match perfectly at the edge lines. So, they asked for some guidance on that and some language that would help them figure that as they're estimating and as they're building it. And then we talked about communication, and I'll reference a lot, or I'll go back, and I'm sure I'll repeat some of the stuff Brian has said, probably in a different way, but I'll still repeat a lot of that. So I apologize, but it's really important this year, to communicate and make sure we're doing what needs to be done. I feel like we say it every year, but we're hoping that we're providing more information, and so things will go smoother with the milling stuff. So dust control, I just like this picture, but dust control, it continues to be a focus for 2020. We saw a lot of improvements made in 2019, but we also want to see those continued improvements. Sometimes, things go really well and we kind of relax a little bit, but it's going well now. We want to keep that momentum going. That means multiple brooms, whatever they need to do to keep that dust. With that, the question did come up if we're going to use vac trucks, and the answer is no. We're not. Right now, we saw good enough improvements last year that we really not interested in specifying a vac truck being required. Obviously, if they have one, we are all open about using it. But if as long as the sweeping is continued, we will continue to not require it. Any questions on that? I know dust control was kind of a weird thing at the beginning of the year last year.
Yeah, I don't see any questions on that, Tim, but it may mean in order for them to properly sweep that they may have to slow down more than what the paver, just because the paver can do it doesn't mean the milling machine can do it. Oh, here's one. Even the vac trucks can make a dust storm too, especially if they don't use water or empty it often enough. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. That's true. It's not an end solution, but the vac truck is a very expensive proposal, and I think that's the concern. So that's why they've offered to do a bunch of different things, and we appreciate the feedback. If you guys are seeing good improvements, if you're not seeing enough improvements, obviously we want to tell. If you're seeing windrows of dust and debris and stuff, tell the contractor right away so they can get on it. But also just feedback. We appreciate any feedback. Whether what's going well, what's not going well, what has been tried, all of those things is very helpful for us. So design, a lot of effort was made. There's some people out there that really stepped up and worked to make these grades. Some of you don't even know these people in the regions, as far as coming up with good designs, figuring out what needs to be cut, what needs to be milled, how to make everything match. I would say by far this year has been the most productive as far as getting that stuff figured out well before the construction. There will always be ambiguities, and we'll talk about that a little bit. But overall, I think that we're now anything we're milling to slope, unless the depth does not need to be changed at center line on our slope sheets, we will be providing the cut depths at center line or whatever control point we have, which are often either fog line, center line, a white line, yellow line, whatever it may be, we are now providing all that information. We're also providing slope. One might argue that means we're putting ourselves at more risk. Overall, that's not really true. We're providing the information we need to get the product we're looking for at the end of the day. They've asked for it. We've listened, and so we're going to try it this year and see how well it goes. The key points is a lot of these slopes that we work through. You may find yourself daylighting. You may find yourself milling a little deep. But the reason that is because we're working to meet our engineering instructions, meet our as-built, make sure we return the roads to what they used to be. The reality is a lot of our roads were paved without much thought of the cross-section of the road. So over time, we've created a lot of parabolic roads, and this is our attempt to kind of move things back without spending a lot of money on shim to correct. And obviously, when you go up, you go out. So when you go down, you can come in. So the idea is we're trying to limit our impacts on the beyond outside of the gutter line, things like that. And data truthing. Data truthing has been a much bigger deal. I know some regions actually have done a little bit of survey out there. Some regions have used the ASAP stuff, but then truthed and corrected based on what they found in the field. So there's been a lot of that. The bid, like I said before, the bid documents all show the cut to slope. So that's, you're going to see all the cut depths. You're going to see everything you need. One thing, and this is just kind of a detail that we're working out because this was a working year to get this all out and for built constructability. But some slope sheets show final grades and some show your milling cut depth. It should be described well, but just make sure you're cutting, you know what you're cutting. In other words, there might be ones that say, mill, the grades may be 0 inches at your match points, but obviously it's a 2-inch mill and fill, so your milling is 2 inches deep. So just make sure which one you have. I don't want to dwell on that one too much. I just thought I'd point it out. Just when you're laying this stuff out, make sure you know what you're looking at. So slope sheets, we've changed them a little bit with these milling to depth. I just wanted to point those out to you guys. I'm sure every single one of you can read these, but there's a note down at the bottom that I've circled here that basically determines the end of runs for a consistent mill or slope. Same thing as with the slopes. Whenever there's a gap, whenever there's a white block, it indicates that it's a continuation of that slope. It doesn't mean that we're milling or we're cutting 0 slope. So the same thing goes with depths. If you have a 1.5 at 10 plus 0, 0 and a 1.5 from 1880 and nothing in between, it means that you're going to be milling 1.5 inches all the way through there. So it never means 0. I heard, somebody at one point say, "Oh, that means 0." And I just want to make that clear to everybody that we're not expecting to go from 1.5 to 0 inches cut at 10 plus 50, run no cut, and then dive back down to 1.5 inches. So it's just reads just as like the slope sheets would. Any questions on reading the slope sheets? Okay, nay.
Yeah, I don't see any.
Okay, good. So
where do we see control point? Okay, we did just get one.
Okay.
Where is the control point identified?
So the control point is typically identified on the typical. So it'll either say control point, most of them we've had an arrow put in that basically says control point here. If it's not listed, that's, our project managers have all been involved with the design aspects. So it's good to bring them in if there's any questions on that discrepancy. But it should be highlighted. We have, for the most part, I would say that 75 to 80% of the jobs we put out this year, control depth is center line. There's exceptions, and when we have exceptions to those ones are the ones that we are specifically calling out. So if you look at the typicals, it should be listed in the typicals. So one of the things we want to talk about a little bit is some of the requirements and expectations of layout. There's been some confusion, and we just want to clarify responsible parties. So I've kind of broken it into two things in my head. you've got your design layout and you have construction layout. So what is design layout? Well, design layout is our responsibility to provide the information the contractor needs to build the jobs to the standards we're expecting. So a lot of that is done before we even get in the field. So that's, bid documents. We're providing slope sheets with cuts and fills. We're providing what we want for lane layout on the typicals. So the typicals should show striping if it's different than the main line, and then otherwise it should be showing whatever we're cutting or paving. And stationing sheets, obviously, we're showing where these things actually are in time. Then the other portion of that is the field layout. So we always list spot shims, or we try to always list spot shims in our bid documents. But as we all know, if you pick up a spot shim location in November, by the time you're paving it the following June, things may change. So it's up to us to not just hand the book to the contractor and say, here's your slope sheets, or here's your spot shims, good luck. It's our responsibility to adjust or extend or reduce or move those spot shims as needed so that they can get their work done. Obviously, if they see areas they want to spot shim, it's not it's not in the book, so you don't do it. It's a discussion. It's good. We want input from the contractors as far as their concerns about spot shimming, as well as our concerns. It's an equal share of respect on that one. And then square off sections. I threw a picture in here. I've got a couple more on the next slide, but just kind of thinking about where we need to put the joints to meet the requirements of our contract and to meet the needs of our, of the public. So obviously, this one we would, want to extend in this picture, we want to extend the joint out a little bit more to capture some of the white line, or if the stripe's in the wrong spot, we want to review that. To make sure that whatever we're putting back meets the criteria of the segment. And then slope verification and corrections, and I'll talk about that in a minute. So I want to throw out, after I put all this together, it jumped into my head. I just wanted to send out some reminders. The policy for when we mill or pave, but milling primarily, is if a shoulder is 4 feet or less, we want to make sure we take all of that material. So conversely here, you see this picture in the center, we milled this is an ultra thin job, and we milled this so that the contractor could do their tied in tapers in the shoulder. But obviously we don't want to leave a chunk that goes from, roughly 6 inches wide to 3 feet wide. We want to take all of that out and square it off. We don't get a lot of criticisms if everything looks beautiful, but if we start doing strange things, we get under a little fire about, the looks and stuff. So this is a minimal cost. It's going to give us a better, cleaner product. So, 4 feet or less, make sure we take those areas out. Another important aspect is joint location, which you'll see on the right side. The intent is that when we pave, we put the joints back where they need to be, not necessarily where it's convenient to put them. So in this instance, the stripe shows where the lane is actually about 1.5 feet off of what we paved. Obviously, we don't want that. We want to square off and make sure we pave to the lane lines. Even if that's a little extra cost, that's the expectation. So that's what we need to do. And actually, in this case, it actually adds to it. There's actually an existing joint right here that tapers into 0. So we ended up leaving a small wedge here, which of course leaves 2 joints way too close to each other, which just opens up the possibility of potholing and things like that. The other issue that I wish I had pictures of it, but I don't, is layout of joints and other items. You'll see, I'm sure you've all seen it in urban areas. Sometimes municipalities restripe based on what makes sense for traffic and not necessarily what makes sense from a engineering grade drainage standpoint. We need to make sure that what we put back is correct. So we don't want, if this line here was a crown, we obviously don't want to put the crown where the wheel path is. We want to shift that crown to where it needs to go. If you're finding strange, shoulders or widenings or anything like that, the general rule of thumb is a center turn lane that is used as the non-primary route, we can crown in the center. If it's anywhere that is a straight lane or something like that we need constant traffic, we do not allow crowns in the center or offset or anything like that. Primary reason, plowing. We want to make sure that whatever we plow, we can skin off. It's a safety issue. Besides looking stupid, it's a safety issue. So we need to make sure we grab that as best we can. And the other item is if you're concerned about pavement depth to do these, we have people who can cut cores in the department, and we also can ask the contractor to do it. Most contractors are very willing to do it because if it means that they could save themselves from digging into gravel, they're very appreciative of our option. Some charge us, you know, but it's usually we can work all through that. But if there's ever a need to move something, by all means, if you see it, please say something. Make sure that we can get involved, and you know, Brian and I are here to help if you need guidance, as well as, you know, layout, help with any of that stuff. So those are kind of the weird things we've seen. Is there any questions on that? One, two, three.
Yep, hang on.
Yep.
Ultra thin in and out of transition and truck lane on shoulders. Would like you to clarify if in a driveway an end of guardrail, if in a driveway an end of guardrail is there, what width do you do? I'm not sure I understand the question.
Yeah.
Okay, so ultra thin truck lane transitions on shoulders. What do you do if there's a driveway or a guardrail end?
Driveway or a guardrail end. Yeah, I honestly, that's a really hard answer. That's really tough to answer when, you know, it's specific to the job. You know, if it's I wonder if this is what chat. Hey, is that gonna work? It's specific to the job, really. So the idea is to try to we don't want any transition joints in the travel way if we can avoid it. So if we have a nice wide shoulder and we can back that joint, that longitudinal joint and that match point into the shoulder, we're going to try to do that. If there's specific areas that we can't do that, you know, then we might have to change our plans a little bit. As for driveways, we should be able to mill by. And if we can't mill by a driveway, you know, because it's in bad shape, it's just like any other mill and fill. That's why we usually try to carry at least a token amount of 403-209 so that we can fix that driveway so it matches. You know, if the driveway's all blown out in the gutter line and there's nothing we can do about it, we are obligated to kind of trim that match point up a little bit. So I guess if that's the question, that would be my best answer.
Did that answer your question, Dee?
Scott, it's Sean. I want to chime in on that too. I think also what Dee's getting at is, especially on the truck lanes, is we wind up with a triangle piece going from main line as we widen out into the truck lane, and then as we go from the truck lane back to main line. And I think what we've recommended in the past is we actually go back on the shoulder, grind a butt joint, and square it up on the shoulder and pave from the shoulder into the truck lane and past the transition, and then square it up, because the ultra thin, you can't, you know, it's more difficult to actually make a transition. The other thing that we've done, and it's not as good, you know, it's harder, it's another piece of equipment, is we actually paved the transitions on the truck lane and cut it off with a bobcat and then paved main line by. It's just like one of the ramps on the interstate.
Right.
So
Yep.
There's a couple different options on those transitions, but you're right, you can't just, you know, it isn't like conventional HMA mix where it's going to be easy just to keep tweaking that wing in and out with the ultra thin. So we try to make it as square as possible.
Exactly. So, you know, what I've done in the past is, you know, if you got an 8-foot shoulder and you have a 10-foot screed, you know, we'll cut that butt joint into the 8-foot shoulder like Sean was talking about, and then you pave it at the 10-foot width, because you can't suck in. It may be 10.5. You can't suck in any more of that than that. But once you get into a section that you have 2 lanes of equal width, so say it's two 12-foot lanes, but when you get to that ultra thin to be a 12-foot width on that truck lane, say, we would pull a string line from that 12-foot width back to the match point in the shoulder, strike that off with a skid steer, and that would become the final joint to, you know, keep it nice and clean. my point with this picture is, is we want to make sure that whatever we leave makes sense to leave. So like in this instance, you have a 12-foot travel lane at the end, and you have like a 3.5-foot shoulder at the end, which can all be paved with an ultra thin in one pull, without an issue. So we want to make sure that whenever we do that, we make it nice and as clean as possible, and it's not just cut just for the convenience of keeping a 11-foot lane or whatever. There's a lot of variability with the new machines that you can get in to make this nice and clean. It's more of a reminder. We haven't had this many issues with this kind of stuff. It's just been here or there. Obviously, if you have a 12-foot lane and a 1-foot shoulder, we want to get that 1-foot shoulder, if it's a widening or anything. So, and I do have, I found my chat thing, so I now can see questions. So that kind of, that's more or less that. That was kind of one of my last minute slides. I thought I'd throw in some examples of what we don't necessarily want to see. Try to move crowns whenever we can. If there's ever concern on depths, feel free to, cut pavement and talk to us. It's just because it was there when we started doesn't mean it should be there when we're done, is the big thing. So, things change. We don't always get back to our paving jobs as soon as we should. So sometimes you're looking upwards of 2 decades since the last time we paved it, and there might be a lot of changes in striping and everything since then. So we correct what we can correct. Now, there we go. So let's make sure I got that back. Yeah. So some of the questions we've had and some of the comments we've had is, slope verification, corrections. I've kind of gone and explained that we've done a lot of these spot checks in the design phase, but the reality is we can't catch everything. There's times that going out and verifying every little piece when we've got 3-4 feet of snow on the ground isn't really a doable option. So, a couple of the comments that I just wanted to cover is, the project, that means the resident inspector, whoever's out there, we are responsible to check the contractor's layout. It's to make sure that whatever they laid out meets our requirements. It's to make sure that whatever they laid out is accurate. It's to make sure that whatever we gave them is correct. The opposite of that is, if they lay it out, we don't want to wait till the day of whatever, the day of milling, the day of paving, the day of shimming. We don't want to make those field changes, on the fly. Again, if you miss, occasionally you miss something and you have to stop and think about it. But, if we don't want that to be the motive of operation of just, not checking what's out there and letting them show up and go after, see what happens. That's not the best approach. We like to know surprises before we hit. If you're finding areas that, you need to do a lot of extra shimming, yes, there's an associated cost with that. So obviously we want to have a discussion. So, keeping your project manager in the loop is really crucial for that stuff. It doesn't necessarily mean we're not going to fix it, but we would like to know what the costs are before we get the final bill, of course. So be prepared. Make sure you look through every single one of our jobs. We've cut to depth. We have backing information. We have spreadsheets and all sorts of fun stuff that will tell you what the center line cuts are, the outside cut depths are, any of that information. That's our information as the department to use. So if you have a mill to slope job, please make sure to ask for any of that information. It should come with all the other engineer's estimate and everything else. The advantage to that is it will show you if we're anticipating a 4, 6, 7-inch cut if need be. We are very diligent in the winter of vetting all of that. We do the best we can. If you see anything that's weird and, if there's no comments or you have concerns, please bring it up well before they start milling. It could be an error in the math. It could be an error in the design, or it could just be what we're expecting to happen. So don't panic, of course. Make sure you know what you're looking at. So make sure, everybody panics when you have a 1.5-inch mill and fill and you're in a super elevation and you're cutting 1.5 inches at center line and you're cutting 5 on the outside edge. yes, that's a concern, but look at your bid documents because we may be cutting 5 inches. That may be the intent. So it's really important to not overreact to that, but look at what it is and be ready for when it comes. And then the other thing is the project always has the authority to correct slopes if needed. That doesn't mean we're going to chase it. It doesn't mean we're going to say, well, we can fit a 3% here and it's going to save me 10 tons for 150 feet and then I'll go back to my 2%. That's not the intent. What we are saying is if you have a long run that, 3% made sense when we were analyzing it using the ARAN software, but when we actually go out there and we shoot grades and we can see that, instead of a 2%, a 3% fits, you guys have the authority to make that change. The key is that you make that change well before we're ready to mill or shim. A lot of this stuff with slopes kind of covers both milling and paving, so the concepts are the same. So it's really important that we get out ahead of that, and it is our responsibility to check the information that we gave the contractor for its accuracy. That is part of our expectations. So we talked a little bit about the 2 layouts. We talked about the design. Now there's a construction layout. What's the contractor's responsibility? There's many things, but these have been kind of the hot topics that have come up. Obviously, the expectation is they're still doing all the stationing. They're doing all the painting, the layout of that. If they're milling or paving lanes, it's up to them to lay out those lanes and what they need to do. It's up to them to lay out the slopes and cuts and anything we give them in the bid documents. If you're straight grading, ultra thins, for example, if you've got a 8-foot or 7-foot drum and a 12-foot lane, there's going to be a touchdown spots approximately halfway in that lane. If you cut 3/4 inch at center line and you cut 3/4 inch at that point, no matter what, there's a chance we're going to put a V in the road. So that is part of their responsibility is pulling a string line and providing that markup to make it work. Or if they really want to get fancy, they could go through and figure out what the slopes are and save them that markup. But that is part of their expectation. I keep grabbing my headphones. So I put an asterisk on the slope because I want to make sure that this, I want to hit home on this as best I can. So it's their responsibility to lay out what we give them, but it's our responsibility to make sure that information is adequate and correct. So that doesn't mean that the contractor doesn't need to point out that there's an error. Sometimes V's get by us in our in our reviews. Sometimes there's a weird ambiguity. It should be a -2, but it shows a +2. When they're laying out and checking these, it is their responsibility to make sure that the bid documents, there's no error in a bid document. That's no different than any other requirement. So if they're seeing stuff, they need to tell us. But it doesn't mean that they don't have to be involved with the layout and the slope corrections and markups. Really what we want and what we're asking for whenever possible is that a representative who knows the job from the department, as well as a representative who knows the job from the contractor, do some of these layouts and checks. It's a lot easier to go through with a sheet and look at what your cross slopes are at a station, shoot that station, make sure it makes sense, agree that that correction makes sense, paint it out and move on to the next one. The alternative is the contractor goes out blind, paints it, we go back, we check it, we say, no, this isn't right. We scribble out everything they did and we rewrite it. And, the hope is we don't get as much of that with the amount of efforts that have gone through in the design phase, but it still can happen. So we want to make sure that we're all on the same page. So whenever we can, we want to work together out in the field, walking the job. And they have committed to working with us on that. So, my side note would be is if you're getting some kickback about doing this kind of layout together, let us know and we can talk with the company and ourselves and try to come up with a solution. What we don't want is we don't want zero communication and then the milling happens and everything goes to hell because nobody's had an opportunity to check because nobody's talked. So I think that's it until I get into the survey questions that Brian kind of gave me from industry. Is there any questions about this layout and our expectations to do it together and all that stuff? I have an issue on not milling 3/4 inch full width. Can I ask the contractor to mill straight 3/4 inch straight across? So it's straight graded D, and it's like a little ding, and it's a wide shoulder, or I guess I don't quite follow the question.
Or is that getting into the policy that we want to try to match in on that edge at more of a 5/8 than a 3/4?
Right, and that's coming up. That's in my questions. So thanks. Okay, so I didn't get fancy on the poll stuff. I wanted to. I really wanted to, but so I'm gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way, and basically we're gonna have to live with awkward silence. So survey questions. So these are all questions that came up from the industry partnership that Brian mentioned before. Some of these questions, there's a little bit of ambiguity, but I wanted to put in the answers so you guys see them. And then we can kind of elaborate on that and answer any questions based on that. So one of the questions we got was, when milling and leaving shoulders, why are we milling the slope? Any thoughts on why we would do that? One Mississippi, two Mississippi, three. Right. Tony's on it today. Right. So it's help reshape the road to the desired slope. So like we mentioned before, you know, there's been parabolic issues. There's been jobs that we're putting, especially I've seen in urban areas where over time we were putting 1.5 inches on center line and we were dragging the outside edge to try to keep curb reveal. So the answer is pretty simple on this one. It's to help reshape the road to, you know, what it was intended to be in originally. So it's a little bit more work on our end, but the idea is that once it's done, it's done. And when we do future preservation treatments, hopefully we'll be able to maintain that slope continuously. Doesn't mean that, I mean, I'd love to say in 10 years down the road, everything will be the same, but if it was the same, we would still probably mill that section to slope. It just would be, our cut depths and stuff wouldn't be as severe as they are this time. So next question. Is cutting zero averaging with the automation, the ski or the multiplex, or is it the act of using the end gate, which is just that single gate along the trimmer head or milling head, using the end gate to ensure there is no cut is made? Thoughts on that? No? Okay. The answer is, and this is kind of a strange way to say this, but the anticipation is, or the anticipation, the expectation, it's been a long day. The expectation is that we're always running the ski. We're always running that to correct that grade. So we want to make sure that whatever we're cutting, if we're using an average, we want to make sure that we're cutting that depth. It's all about ride. It's just like shimming. It's all about ride. So if we tell a contractor to shim 1/2 inch at center line and run slope, let's say hypothetically, do we expect that to be 1/2 inch everywhere? No, we know there's variability in that. So we know that there's going to be some variability in that cutting to zero. So yeah, it's kind of a weird way. Cutting to zero by visual verification of cutting to zero is kind of a confusing way to say it, but we know, you know, our cutting to zero doesn't necessarily mean that we're not going to cut any pavement. Generally, when that machine sets down on a mat, it's slicing in. So there's always a little bit of there's always going to be a little bit of cutting, but the idea is we're smoothing and planing is what cutting to zero is. Any questions on that? I think it seems straightforward. Yeah, and Jeremy, it could be both. It could be if depending on what you're doing, but the idea is that we want to create a smooth plane. So, oops, did I add that? Oh, I might have put that in there twice. So this is a question, and actually I didn't have time to vet this one with Brian, but I think we're going this way. If you have to mill out an area such as the joint of main line, what is the standard milled repair area? Any thoughts on that? So if you have a bad joint or a deficiency and you're milling it out, how long of a run? Yeah, so this says 50 feet. So I think that is, I'm not 100% on that one. I thought we had answered the question, but it's kind of, as Brian said, to the limits of the issue. You know, I mean, that's a classic Brian answer. It really depends on the situation. Usually if it's, they're always required to do density and meet our densities. So I often encourage them to consider what they need if I were to cut 2 cores there. We often are, with the repairs, and this is actually a good segue to talk about repairs. Before we get into milling any repairs or milling any work, it's always important to include Brian and I. It doesn't necessarily mean we need to make the decision, but we should be included. 10 feet, funny. We should always be included in the decision, just so we know we're being consistent. We've allowed 50 in some cases, but it's usually, well, there's 50 feet, but you got 2 cores and they say we can hit it. And so there's a little bit of discussion on that. Are you saying 18 inches, Bruce, Brian? Guys, let's keep this to questions. No,
well, I mean, that is actually a question. Brian refuses to talk. So since he's only typing, he was not talking. He's saying to the limit of the issue. And the argue that Bruce Manzer had years ago was that, well, the joint's only off for 2 feet, so I'm just going to mill 2 feet across and pave it in.
Right.
And I don't think that's what we're looking for, but I was trying to get Brian to talk, but obviously muted.
Yeah.
Not muted. I'm right here listening to you explain things yet again. The specification basically states to the limits we determine.
Right.
As a rule of thumb, we try to just take out the defect, but there is a minimum. And in the essence of, in an attempt to partner with industry, we would be willing to accept 50 over 100 if they can do a good job. But, 100 has been the standard unless they can demonstrate they can do it in less. Fair to say, Tim?
Yes. Yep. And that's where we were kind of talking, because usually it's 100 feet typically, but there has been instances where it's been a small area and we've gone with 50 feet and it's worked out. So it really is kind of up to them. And like I was trying to say, as I stuttered through it, was I think we all try to give them an opportunity to say they can make it work. And if they can make it work after we remind that we will cut cores, if they're still convinced to make it work, I'm for letting them try it as long as it fixes the defect. But I don't like less than 50 feet because my opinion is you can't get a decent ride out of it. And that's all I had. It just went blank. Any questions on that?
And I guess at this point too, if anyone has any paving questions from the first session, we had to cut that one a little short. So if you've got any questions on milling or paving, we've proven Brian exists, so he could answer too. So.
Anything? Anything?
Sure, I'd like to say hello to John Wood.
Oh, yeah. I think he just said, shut up. Just reading lips.
Good to see you, John.
He's the first one here, so he'll be the first to leave, I'm sure. But no, I think to fill the dead air, you know, I think the biggest thing we're focusing on this year is just a good communication. So if something's wrong, we say something early and don't wait till the end. I think that kind of goes with everything. So it's, you know, I've found so far this year that we've all been working really well together. Of course, things aren't they're busy, but they're not crazy busy. But I think overall, I think the communication's getting pretty good. So hopefully we can continue the trend.
John did bring up a good point. He asked the question last year about inefficiencies when using a transfer vehicle. We're paying, you know, in some cases where it's not incidental, we are paying an hourly or a tonnage rate, $2 a ton for them to use a transfer vehicle, and they don't always use it continuously. So we did have discussion with industry as some of our partnered groups this winter, and we made it clear that that's the expectation. They either utilize it in a continuous manner like it's designed to be used, or they're going to force us to put a prorated pay factor in for the amount of time they do use it and not pay them when they're not, you know, adjust how the specification is written. We chose not to go down that road for 2020, but I think we made it clear that we would go down that road moving forward. Trying to give them another shot at it, John.
All right, so it looks like I don't see any more questions on that.
Hey, Brian, sorry, Scott. Brian, do you want to talk about fog seal repairs and how we're handling them this year at all? I mean, I know you don't, but we probably should.
Fog seal repairs?
Yeah, what we're doing instead.
Yeah, sure. So fog seal didn't, as we all know, didn't get a very good, we didn't end the season well. So we had some issues. So we've been directed not to use fog seal as a remediation. Unfortunately, many times contractors still bring it up as a form of remediation. The intent, and in discussions with Rich, this is kind of how we've how we worked it out. A fog seal in a large area is really the issue. An isolated area to seal, we can still do, but we still have to be careful of how we apply the material.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning, if we have a small area in the middle, between the wheel paths, and an open area that we want to go ahead and seal, and traffic's not going to be an issue, that's still an option available to us. But wholesale fog sealing on the travel way is not something we're looking to continue for 2020 unless, you know, things change. But right now, that's the direction. No fog seal on travel way for large areas.
So essentially, we're going to go kind of back to what we were doing with the small patches and things like that. So it's not a great end, but I mean, we still are. We're not just ignoring the big ones, but I just wanted to kind of mention that, and because I've been saying it, and people look at me like I'm crazy. So I wish I was. So it's nice hearing Brian say it too.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I'm not seeing any more questions, but certainly if you guys have questions, we'll have a opportunity at the end of the day for any more questions. Dawn, if you want to jump in a little early and talk about product approvals and some of the new QPLs and whatnot.
Sure. I can do that.
Does this mean they don't call me anymore? Because I'm tired of them calling me. Well, release agents, Dawn.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah. Hang on, I'm about to share my screen. Okay, so qualified products list. Where to find us under doing business, and then under products, vendors, and research, you'll find a link to the qualified products, and it'll take you to the page, the home page of research and QPLs. You may ask why we do this, and basically we're sending the Wild West of products and manufacturers, working with people throughout the department. Well, we're sending them out to pasture so that we can have a clear criteria. Some of the categories of products we have require NetPep, which is nationally recognized criteria, and consistency on product usage. We want it to be coordinated and centralized. The biggest reason for this is so that we do the legwork for you. That way you don't have to worry about whether or not the SDS has things in it that shouldn't be, that our employees shouldn't be around, or whether or not it meets our specs. Everything on our list has been approved. Another thing is documentation. It gives us a centralized area for all the documents. I have all the SDSs, I have technical specs, and anytime you need something like that for a product, all you have to do is call me and I can email it to you. And it gives us a consistent history of what's been approved, why, and what hasn't been approved and why. So this is the home page for our qualified products list. We've done a lot of work on it over the last few years. And it's broken up into pretty much our committees, except for electrodes. That comes under something different. And all I do for electrodes is put that up there. And then in environmental and geotextiles, we kind of split up. Last year, they were on the same tab. Now they're not, because it was confusing people. Under submit a product, this is where you'll find, this is where you can send vendors to, manufacturers to, if they want to look at our process, the criteria that we set forth for acceptance, any forms for submitting a product, and then recertifications and field evaluations. We also have a section for important information. This just gives a brief overview of our process. Something to mention is that we have gone recently to a 5-year recertification. And that recertification is not stated on this page, but it's basically to keep us up to date with manufacturers, their contacts, and when their products change. We also have a page for resources. So if you need to get to AASHTO's NetPep program, there's a link to that. There's one to DataMine, which is where NetPep stores all their data. And not all products are tested by NetPep, but we do have several, and we're adding more as we go along. So this is research reports and publications, and this is where you can find things that we've done in the past. Like under highway, you can find a report on moisture-induced material loss of HMA. And under product evaluations, you can find reports on things like cold patches and pipe repair products. The product evaluation investigations are usually field trials. That's what we like to call them, and it's a product seems okay and meets our specs, but it's something we wouldn't want to take a chance on using extensively if it didn't work well. So sometimes we'll do a field trial. Sometimes field trials are built right into the approval process, like waterproofing membranes for bridge decks. And then those field trials have like a schedule of testing and monitoring that goes beyond just the initial. So what's new with our qualified products list this year? We revised the terminals for WBM guardrail to include the newer ones, and also to separate out what ones we can install as new and what can only be repaired using the MASH guidelines. We've added a concrete, we haven't done it yet, we're working on it, to add concrete barriers and bag mortars. We've got product acceptance criteria up for our concrete bag mixes, and we're hoping that people will start relying on the QPLs more, because it takes a lot of the guesswork out, and again, then we're all on the same page. It takes a bit to create a new QPL. The process is usually that we create acceptance criteria, and then from there, we post our acceptance criteria on our website, and then manufacturers start sending in applications for evaluation. And then we build our list from that. Sometimes it happens the other way around, but it depends upon the list. So field evaluations, we're trying to take the guesswork out. I have heard people say, and I'm sure some of you have said that, oh, we tried that back in such and such a day, and I think it worked okay, but I'm not sure it worked okay. So we're trying to take the guesswork out of field evaluations. There's a product evaluation page for field work. It's a form that you can use to kind of guide you along the process. Part of it is to provide an organized product trial. What I mean by this is, when we're trying something, we want to limit as many variables as we can so that we can focus on what exactly we're trying. For instance, if you were trying a new road paint, you wouldn't want to also try new beads. You'd want to separate that out for part of the project so that you can evaluate each one separately. So for instance, on Route 3, we are trying some new paints and some new beads, but we have done a section, we've measured a section where it's the old paint, the old beads, the old paint, the new beads, the new paint, the old beads, the new paint, the new beads. So it adds some extra steps in there, but it gives us a better evaluation of how well that's actually working. And then we monitor it and we document it so that when somebody comes back, 10 years down the road, and some of us aren't here, and somebody says, oh, we think we used that, or we think we tried that, then they can just call me up and say, hey, do you have any field evaluations on this? Or they can go to the page and find them there. Any questions so far?
Yeah, there's couple have come in. When will the new concrete bag mixtures be added to the QPL?
As soon as all the powers that be agree on what the specs should be.
Okay.
I don't write the specs. There's a lot of different people that are giving input, not the specs, the acceptance criteria. And a lot of different people are giving input on the acceptance criteria. So it takes some time to get all of that information together and everybody on the same page as far as what we're going to require from the concrete bag mixes. I think it's going a little slower right now because we're all working from home and things have been a little more difficult lately, but we are working on it. I'm hoping to have it by the end of the month.
And I don't know if this is a question you can answer, or maybe it's one Sean can if he's on. Can you confirm that we'll be allowed to use the bag concrete in lieu of some cast in place items like detectable warning fields and use it to adjust manholes and whatnot?
From what I gather, and Sean can correct me if I'm wrong, the concrete bag mixes are more for the detectable warning plates and ADA stuff, and then mixed mortars are for the manholes and the catch basins, and we
Correct.
are going to be adding a list of those also. Again, all of this takes time. It takes time to get everybody on the same page for the requirements, and as of last year, every list has a set of acceptance criteria to go with it. So it takes time. We are working on it.
Correct.
And then,
Dawn
yep,
is
go ahead, Sean.
correct. Yeah, Dawn is correct. The concrete bag mixes, we are saving for use for the specific uses for the bases for the cast iron and poly plates for ADA and truncated domes. And also, we were talking recently with our fabrication group about possibly allowing some of the bag mixes for an actual rebuild of a catch basin that may have been old barrel block or something. We're still working through that. But the big thing is the mortar. It's a different product than the bag concrete mixes. And the mortar mixes are type M, type S, and type N, as in north. And they all have different criteria to them, everything from strength, permeability to above ground, below ground type things. So what we want to do is actually put stuff up on the QPL that's going to give us the performance that we want. And just like everything, every product that is produced by a different manufacturer all has different elements to it, and they all have different little parts and pieces. So like Don said, it's taken a little bit of time. What we have been doing is we have been approving on a case-by-case basis for these bag mixes to be used. Until we get a good products list where we are asking for what the contractor is proposing to use, how it's going to be used. We are having them write up a little placement plan, quality control plan. Some of them came in last summer with, we're going to follow the instructions on the bag. Well, yes, I know you might be doing that, but we also want to talk about how it's going to be transferred from the mixer or the wheelbarrow and how it's going to be placed and how long is that bag mixer going to last before you say, okay, it's unworkable. It's little things like that that we're still trying to work through because these all have a shelf life once you mix them, and we don't want to be trying to make something work, and forcing the issues. So we're coming through all that stuff, and like Don said, we're having discussions the last couple of days. It's picked up about trying to get everything organized and starting putting things together. So,
yeah. And then the last question.
One second, Scott.
Yep.
I just want to add to that by saying if there is something that has been proven to work over and over again in the field, let me know. These are good things for us to know because it helps us build our lists with reliable products.
Okay, and then the last question, which I think I know the answer, but will testing be required if the bag mix is on the QPL, or is the QPL, the testing requirement?
If it's on the QPL, I've already looked at test data. We require that for those products not tested through NetPep, that they have independent third-party testing. So it's testing done by a party that doesn't have a vested interest in the product. And they have to send that in. And so by the time it makes the QPL, it's ready to go.
Right. And some of the difference is that these are manufactured products that are done in a factory under controlled settings. They're not done. It's not a concrete drop out of a plant that has variability. So that's the difference, is that, testing that for a manufactured product.
We test it to make sure that we look at the testing compared to whatever their technical data sheets say. Most of the time, what they test out at is much higher than what the technical data sheets say. Not all the time, but most of the time.
Right. But we won't, people in the field won't have to test them.
No.
Maybe this is a Sean. Until we get a QPL for concrete and bag mortar, who should those requests go to? I know you've kind of been handling them in the past, but this is from Jen from another program. Do you want to handle that?
Yeah, for consistency's sake, what I've been asking is, again, send me, Dawn, Joel Stillwell over in Bridge, what the product the contractor's proposing, what type of use it's going to be in, and then that way we can also, put it on the radar for monitoring, and we just want to make sure that we're using similar things. Most of the contractors are buying stuff similarly from H. Harris and other suppliers, and we're seeing the same stuff come in generally. But I still would like to have that submittal, and we can talk about it to make sure that we're using the right product for the right application.
Anything else before we move on?
I don't see any other questions.
Okie doke. So this is what I hear a lot, but it meets the specs. It's true that there are products out there that meet the specs that aren't on our lists. The product committees often consider either criteria with the results of product performance tests when reviewing the products. Just because something meets the specifications and criteria does not mean we will allow it. We evaluate all aspects of the product. For example, an asphalt release agent can be tested through NetPep and meet our acceptance criteria, but have chemicals in it that do not meet our state's environmental laws or OSHA regulations for safety for employees and things like that. And those are things we would kick it out because of. Another example would be a raised pavement marker that meets our specs for reflectance, but it's torn up by a plow with the first snowstorm, and basically you're just wasting money. And so those are the types of things that our committee can choose to not approve a product based on. Lastly, the lists are ever changing. Manufacturers and contractors should be consulting them regularly. We've been doing this for 25 years. The qualified products lists have been around for 25 years. So they should all know about it. They should all be using it. And the worst thing is to hold a project up because they didn't plan ahead to get the approval that they need if what they're using isn't on the list. The best I can say is send them to the list. Anything else is questionable. They're going to have to get permission from Sean or Scott or whoever to use it, but if it's on the list, it's good to go. And when we do get those calls last minute, we try to be accommodating whenever we can, but if they cannot provide test data that their product meets the specifications, then that's where we get into issues. Unless it's a product that's been used time and time again. That's why it's good for you to let me know when products are being used that might not be on the list. And it's not unheard of for me to say, okay, I'll contact that manufacturer and get them to submit for evaluation. Because I can't put it on the list until I see the test data. And the SDS and the technical data sheets. So but I am willing to work with them and try to get them on the list as quickly as possible. And we do rush acceptances, but we don't like to, just because we like to be able to look at all aspects thoroughly before accepting or rejecting a product. More questions?
Most of them are about that they didn't know I had a asphalt release agent, but yeah.
You, me. Asphalt release agents continue to be a sticking point for a lot of people. There are some that are made in state that may not be as appropriate for the job as maybe some others. And I can guarantee you that if something is not on our list, there's a good reason for it. We don't keep people off the list as long as they meet the specs. And asphalt release agents are tested through NetPep. That is our criteria. And that is the testing we go by. We don't go by the manufacturer's personal in-house testing. We go by the NetPep test data.
Yes, they didn't realize that I had Bigfoot release agent, so.
Yep.
All right.
Any questions?
Yeah, I don't see any other questions. I'll wait a minute, see if anything pops in.
As always, you can contact me through email, through the new products email, or you can give me a call.
Sherlock only sent it to me, but he's asking about a bag mortar product that uses type 2 cement to brick up catch basin frames. I think that was what Sean had mentioned, that there's the bag cement to use for detectable warning fields, and then there's a bag mortar that we're getting for catch basins and manholes. So there is going to be a list
For each.
Yeah, a list for each.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, we're trying to make it easy on everybody by doing the legwork for you. And so we're adding new lists all the time, but our lists are also changing as manufacturers change their recipes for their asphalt release agent, or how their ingredients for their mixes, or the strength that the mix can comply with. So the lists are living lists. They change all the time.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. It looks like I got a few minutes before Sean and Guy are scheduled to go on. So I'm going to try to shoe in a discussion on working days, which I hope I can see questions and whatnot as they come in. So one of the big changes this year that came out of our meetings, partnering meetings with industry, was a switch from calendar days to working days. We switched to calendar days back in, was the Green Book. So what was that, 2002? Thinking that, you know, the contractors can better manage the risk, and if it rains, then they can do things to put them back on track. Since then, we've had several falls that were wetter than normal, which can happen sometimes in the fall, and had a lot of jobs winter over that maybe shouldn't have. So we're going back to what we did up until 92, which is working days. So I've got shared on the screen. I'm going to share a couple special provisions and just kind of go over some things. If you have questions, I've got the chat up too, so I can monitor that. So this is a working day spec that lays out how many days they have to finish the job. It gives an early start date, similar to what we did with completion date contracts, and it gives a late start date, so that we're going to start time charge on this specific, you know, no later than this date. We still want the job done this year, so even if it's a 30 working day contract, we're going to start time charge on, say, August 1st, just to, you know, make sure the job gets done this year. So that's one of the differences. One thing I want to just clarify, because there has been several questions, comments on it, how we pay for our 652, I think it's 36, but don't quote me, how we pay for our maintenance of traffic control devices has nothing to do with whether that's a completion date contract or a working day contract. We pay for maintenance of traffic control devices by the calendar day. That is how we're going to pay for them, no matter what we decide on contract time. Maintenance of traffic is by the calendar day, but that has nothing to do with the completion date or the working days of the contract. So in our case, we're doing working days. If your 107 says that they have so many working days to finish the contract, you have a working day contract. If your 107 says the completion, there are so many calendar days to complete the contract, then you have a completion date contract. So that's where the difference is. All right, let's see if I can share, stop sharing this. And start sharing. Okay, so this is our definition of working day. I'm going to just read through it and offer a little more than what the spec says. And certainly, please, if you guys have questions, jump in and type them in. So a working day definition. So we define a few different things. A weather event. So any precipitation, rain, sleet, snow, fog that causes wet pavement, prevents the contractor from completing work, that specifically excludes ambient air temperature. So if it's in the fall and it doesn't get to 50 degrees until noon, so be it. That's not included in this. That's not included in the consideration for working days. It's only precipitation, and we kind of stretch it a little bit and throw fog in too. So these are what we're talking about. We're also define weather dependent activities. So if the scheduled work that they have for that day, which means that making sure their schedule's up to date, that's important. Talking with as always, the superintendent to know what the activities are coming up. If they can't be completed due to a weather event, then, those activities are weather dependent activities. So paving's obvious, but it can be some less obvious ones. I mean, if it's raining like hell, you're not going to mill that day because it's going to clump up too bad. If it's, if the pavement's wet, they can't stripe. So anything that impacts, it doesn't have to just be paving. It's anything that the weather impacts their schedule. So a working day is defined as any calendar day except, so it was easier to give the exception than the rule. So if it's identified as a day they can't work in the 107. So basically if you say, you can't work July 2nd to July 6th or whatever, then those wouldn't be working days because we've already identified them as days you can't work. Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays, and the period from November 15th to April 15th. So over the winter, we don't charge working days. These are going in our paving contracts, so any work before or after those dates would be free time. So any day a weather event prevents the contractor from performing at least 7 hours of weather-dependent activities as determined by the department. So this is going to be the one that there's gray, and we know there's gray, and industry knows there's gray, and we're going to work together on this to make sure that everyone's being fair and interpreting it appropriately. So if you start paving at 6 o'clock in the morning and at 5 o'clock at night, it comes in with a thunderstorm and they have to stop 2 or 3 hours early, that would still be a working day. But if it's raining and, the weather's not good and it doesn't clear off till 3 in the afternoon, well, then that's not a working day. Even if the contractor decides to go out and put down, work 3 or 4 hours and put down some pavement, that's not a working day. And then we may require up to a 3-hour hold at the start if the weather conditions are uncertain. So there's spotty showers in the morning. We don't know whether we're going to get one and have the pavement not dry out, or whether it's going to miss us and the pavement's going to dry. We can require up to a 3-hour hold.
Scott, you paying for flaggers during the hold?
No, like always, we pay for flaggers when they're in the road. It's up to the contractor to pay their subcontractor when they're not in the road. If they request them to be there and they're not working in the road, then that's a contractor expense. That's not a department expense. One thing new compared to the old timers that may remember how we used to do it, if the contractor may request in writing to have a non-working day due to a weather advance up to 16 hours advance of their normal start time. So if the weather forecast is it's going to rain hard, it's going to rain, there's a 100% chance it's going to rain tomorrow, instead of having everyone show up and stand around and go, hey, guess what, it's raining, you can call, the contractor can request to call it the night before. And if we agree, then we will call it the night before. If the contractor elects to work a Saturday or, Patriots Day or Columbus Day, or receives approval to work a Sunday, which is very rare, then we'll use the working day, definitions to determine whether that's going to be a working day or not. So if they say we're working Saturday and it comes in, the rain's like hell on Saturday, they don't get charged a working day. But if they work Saturday, it's a nice day, then they will. This last sentence
Scott,
here.
hold up, bud. Is that a project level decision on the 16-hour cancellation?
Yes, that is a project level decision. If you feel uncertain and you want some input from your PM, by all means, get some input by the PM. But we expect you guys to be able to make these decisions and make good decisions. So, but certainly if you have questions, loop in your PM. Sorry, I get my camera on one screen and looking at another screen. So, and if the contractor requests to work Saturday, they need to cancel that by Thursday at the end of the day. If they don't cancel Saturday, then it's going to be a working day. Now, if they plan on working Saturday and it comes in and rains, so be it. That won't be a working day. But what we have sometimes is, the contractor says they're going to work Saturday. We're working every Saturday, and then Friday at the end of the day, they go, "Oh, just kidding, we're not working Saturday." They can't do that. They've got to let you know, but at least by the end of the shift Saturday, if they're going to cancel. Otherwise, we'll call it a working day.
Hey, Scott, just you mentioned something about if it rains, it won't be a working day, but it is in the language there that if it rains or does not, it's still considered a working day.
I understand that.
Yeah.
And that's why I think there's a little ambiguity there. If the contractor intends to work Saturday and they're planning on working Saturday and right up through the time they're working Saturday and it rains, I'm leaning towards not having it be a working day because, like a normal day. It's more if they plan on working Saturday and they don't cancel it early enough, then it would be a working day regardless.
Right.
All right, Scott, how about contractor works Saturday on a nice day, puts in a 6-hour day. Is that considered a working day?
It's not how many hours they work. It's how many hours they could have worked that the weather would have allowed them to work.
So that's a yes.
So that's a yes. Just like if the contract, let's say that your 107 says time charge is going to start August 1st. Well, for whatever reason, the contractor doesn't show up until August 8th. That first week, every day that they could have worked 7 hours is going to be a working day, and you're going to start charging that in your diary. What we used to do in the past in the diary is every day we'd say, working day number 1, working day number 2 for the next day. Oh, rain, no working day. Every day we document it. The resident would document it in the diary. So
if they literally show up 4 days late and 2 of those are rain, they only technically showed up 2 days late?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's how working days go. So All right, I got applause from Jeff. Okay. What is the deciding factor on if its project will be working day or calendar day? The direction we're getting from Bureau Management is that paving contracts, will be working day contracts. Those are the ones that are, I think Bridge may be doing some bridge painting contracts on a working day basis, but projects that are super weather dependent. Typically a full construction job, unless it's a hurricane, that you can put gravel in, you can excavate, you can do, you can put drainage in. There's lots of things you can do even on a rainy day. So by and large this year, if it's a paving contract, it'll be working day. If it's not, it'll be calendar day.
Guy, do you want to go first and then I'll clean up, or how do you want to do that?
No, it makes no matter to me. I know we didn't talk between the two of us, so.
No, we didn't. So.
And I've got, a few things that are a little bit outside of the e-construction, but it's stuff that I deal with, because I deal with the field manager. So why don't I just go ahead? Most of you already know me, but I work in the contract section. I work, mostly construction support. I'm a business system manager for what used to be called the transport system, but it's AstroWare project now. Field manager support and deal with some e-construction. So my first off is I'm getting a lot of help tickets for field manager. People are going through IT help tickets, and there's nothing that they can do with field manager for you. So keep that in mind and just directly email me for any issues. And on top of that, also iPads. They aren't owned by IT. They're actually owned by us. Project development has purchased all of our own iPads. Now that doesn't mean that they can't, help you out with a few issues, but I've gotten some tickets come across where they, want to have somebody work on an iPad, and it's just directly to myself. And most of the time, a work on an iPad is an actual replacement of it. So, with that. Things coming up new this year. There really isn't anything new from my side with e-construction. Most of you have heard me mention Doc Express at times in the past, and we poked at it a little bit. A few people have used it. We're in the process right now of working out a site license and gonna move that into a bigger production, and that's being driven by the bridge program, mostly with Joe Stillwell and the fabrication group. What he's looking to do is have all fabrications go in through Doc Express. So just about every single one of you that are working as a resident, I say just about many of you, because most of them will be bridge, not a lot of you have fabrication submittals and whatnot in the highway, unless you've got a full construction job or whatnot. But if you're one of the ones that has submittals for fabrication, you are going to be part of Doc Express, and it's up to you at how much you want to use it, right now. And there's some training videos that are being put together. I don't do Doc Express. I don't have enough time to put into that. So Dennis Folsom from Kleinfelder right now has been doing a whole bunch of new setup and getting everything to more fit what our closeout manual looks like. So I think a few of you that have used it will see a drastic change. Those that haven't used it, I think right now, as of yesterday, I think he sent an email saying he had his 4th training video out there. So at some point I'll send out some information for all of that to you guys and give you a chance to put your finger into it and see if it's something that you want to do. Look at and work on. Estimator and estimation, this not really, full on e-construction, but we are moving away from estimator here within probably before the end of the year and moving into what's called estimation. And there's various reasons for that, but we're just getting into the setup and testing of that. And that's out into our hosted environment. which is why I lead it into the e-construction, because we are going to a hosted environment and moving away from field manager into the construction system for next construction season, unless the world falls apart between now and then. But we are on track to be running dual systems for next construction season. So those of you that have not, as inspectors or whatnot, have not been using Mobile Inspector, have not tried it yet, you may want to get hopping on it, because that is going to be, it's going to be the only way that you can work on an IDR without having an internet connection. As it is right now with Field Manager, you have standalone setups and databases, so you can work, you know, offline, you know, on your own machine, on a laptop or whatnot. But when we do move to the hosted environment, that's not going to be the same. You're going to have to you work through an app to do IDRs. Now, as far as your diaries and contract modifications and estimates, you're going to have an internet connection, and you're going to still do that through your computer, but you won't be able to wander around out in the street with it unless you've got a hotspot of some sort. So those of you that have some of the old iPads, the original ones that came out and have never been set up to connect to the state system, so you're not getting your email and whatnot on those. I'm at the point right now of those are time for a replacement and turn things around, and everything that goes out now is going to be, you know, connected through the state system. It's going to be your iPad. It's going to have your email. You'll be able to access all of your Word, OneDrive, anything that you need to access that can be accessed through a mobile device. So it'll be just like your phone without being able to make phone calls. So, you know, those that do have the old ones, please shoot me an email, let me know, and I'll start working on setting up a new one for you. Now, these aren't easy to set up. They change the process and the way they have to be registered. So they take a few days, and I have to be in the Augusta office to do a lot of the setup, to be hooked on to what's called the SOM guest network. So, and I'm not in the office that often these days. So with that, you know, I can't turn iPads around on just a real short notice. It's going to take me at least a couple of days, and a lot of the times you're talking about, you know, a week or a little bit more, depending on the situation and time. So those of you that don't have one and would like to have one, you know, get on the horn, send me the email again, and I'll work on. I've got, I think 15 or so that are available right now that I don't have to purchase anymore. So, you know, I can do something for you.
Hey,
Now,
Guy, how do they know if they have one of those old ones or not?
if they can't get their email on it and whatnot, then that's the ones that I'm talking about. I mean, those that have it know that they're the old original ones. We never set them up to hook into the state system or whatnot, you know, because at the time it really didn't make sense.
Yep.
Now where they've made all the changes, I mean, it just makes sense. It's so much easier, you know, to have that connectivity and whatnot. I use it obviously constantly. Lost my train of thought there, and that's all right. Yeah, I think I was saying, those of you that don't have them and would like to have one, you know, get a hold of me, let me know, and I'll start working on that. Some of you have some seasonal people, like, you know, Joe Graham. I'm hopefully getting one up to him to be able to use. Those are a different situation, because the department doesn't set up the seasonal people with an Active Directory account, and OIT will not allow us to have generic Active Directory accounts. I can't set them up through the state system in any way, shape, or form. So those couple of iPads, and that's what I'll do with the old ones that come rolling in. I'll turn those around, and we'll use those for some of the seasonal people. And what I'll do is essentially, you know, assign them to a resident you know, they'll hang on to it for the season, use it with their seasonal people, and where they can go ahead, they'll be able to use Mobile Inspector and do IDRs. They can set it up with a generic Microsoft account so that they can do a little bit of work if they were dealing with Excel or Word, but they won't have the same type of access and you know, right capabilities and stuff as you know, a normal DOT account. But in most cases, that's all we're looking for out of the seasonals. Now, in a few cases, I can set those up with the Elations app on it, but you know, I'm trying to stay away from that on the seasonal devices, because that does cost me 99 cents, you know, so, you know, it's a lot of money out of pocket there. But so if any of you haven't used the Elations app to do your worksite interviews and whatnot, please get together with somebody that is using it that way and ask them about it. And it's such a fantastic way to do the interview and not have to scan a piece of paper and drag it around. And, you know, I mean, it's all electronic for you. So there's another outside thought. Beyond that, I don't have anything, you know, so if there's a couple of questions or whatnot that you have.
Not seeing anything, Guy.
No, other than, you know, some straight up iPad I want. So, yeah.
Oh, okay, they must be just sending that to you privately.
Yeah. So, all right, Sean, I guess it's all you.
Okay. Well, I do have a PowerPoint, and I haven't tried this yet, but let's see if I can do this.
Well, if you're still there, Guy, there was one question. Does the program upload it to Elations?
Yes, it does. Yeah, you do the interview. Actually, you pull out the form. Now, I don't use it, so I you know, won't have all the details, but I've run through it enough times in the past. But I mean, you log in with your normal Elations login into the app. You have the contract assigned to you. You actually, if there's already been a payroll come in, and you with the person that you're choosing to do the interview with, you don't have to type in their name or anything because it's already in the system. So you're just using drop downs. You're choosing the contractor, the subcontractor, you know, and drop down to the next field, and there you got the John Smith #1, you know, and there's nothing that you have to type in through that. Now it's got the couple of questions right on it that they got to answer. They sign it with their finger right on your iPad, you know, and then it's in Elations for whoever at a later date when the payroll comes in for that week that you took the interview to do the reconciliation, and there it's done. Now, if it happens to be an employee that you're doing that there is no payroll in there yet, then yeah, you'll have to type in the name and whatnot. But it will know when the payroll comes in, as long as everything matches, that's who it belongs to. So the reconciliation is really fairly simple on the Elation side when you're, you know, going in through the web. So.
Okay, and another question that came in. What percentage of our iPads have data plans? COVID-19 is forcing e-ticketing on us. Some are having PDFs sent to the ticket taker strategy that they're using. So do these have data plans with them?
100% of them do.
Okay.
Yep. Now there's varying, you know, depending on when they were purchased, and most of the ones that are Verizon are on shared accounts. So it's like a 25 gig account shared with, could be up to 20 iPads, you know, or whatnot. But that doesn't matter. We're all good with, you know, what it needs to be used, as long as we don't have, you know, a situation like we had a couple of years ago where somebody decided to go for a 90 gig month. You know, I mean, that's a whole lot of YouTube and whatnot. But if they're just using it for any type of PDF documents, anything that we do for work, you know, even a couple of YouTube videos to see how to do something or whatnot, you're not going to go anywhere near touching the data that, to go up and over. I use mine constantly and for a lot of things, and I rarely ever get up to any type of real, data issue. Now, the US cellular ones that I've picked up here as of late, they're on what's called an unlimited, but they're a 2 gig plan, and then, they'll slow down a little bit after they reach the 2 gigs. So they'll never cost us any extra. The Verizon's ones, they can cost us extra because once those shared, if you've got a couple of 3 people, the heavy users or whatnot, they use up all the data in the shared plan. Then it does cost us $15 per gig thereafter. But I've moved a few of those iPads around in the past, to spread out the heavy users, and that changes from year to year because of where they are and if they've got good Wi-Fi, then fine, no problem. But so that was a long answer to yet they all do have it.
All right, thanks, Guy. Yeah, go ahead, Sean.
Can you see my screen, my presentation?
One more question came in real quick. I can see it. I don't know if it goes back and forth yet, but I can see it at least.
Okay.
Are we, Guy, the question came in, are we prohibited from airdrop sharing?
I'm not prohibiting anybody, so I don't believe that there's any issue with it. As long as it's got the capabilities.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thanks, Guy. I'm going to build on that a little bit and talk about what we're using right now, what we would like to go to in the future. Just for a little bit of background, e-construction is documentation, but it's also using new electronic means of doing our work, inspecting, documenting. It's all inclusive and including, 3D design, rovers. It's all starting to link together. And at the end of my presentation, I'll actually talk about where we're going in the future and how this all links up. But yesterday I was out on a project, and of course, the way that we do things right now, as you can see, took that picture yesterday, typical office and a guy with a transit out there. But no, that's what we used to do, and everything used to be done with a steel chain, plumb bob set up over a control point, and we did everything manually. And over the course of time, we've gone from the manual transits, of course, from the drafting rooms and drafting tables, right to paper plans. We've gotten sophisticated with roundabout design with multiple alignments. And through that paper plan and electronic design software, we've actually migrated into 3D layout, GPS, rovers. This is a picture of the exit 113 roundabouts off the interstate in Augusta that we built a few years ago. And, and that type of technology is becoming more and more useful. A lot of our smaller contractors are now using this for smaller type projects. They're figuring their own excavation models. They're figuring how to handle material in and out with the software. And we're using it for layout purposes. On the 113 job, we actually had 37 alignments, which is this alignment file that we created to make sure we could keep everything straight. At any point in time on that alignment, we can go with the rover and go to a point, and it will tell us where we are. Now, we need to understand the limits of some of this technology too, which we'll get into with future trainings. But the technology is there. It's been growing over the years. And, we're starting to see real 3D computations. Contractors, again, are looking at maximizing efficiency on moving material. We're starting to see quantities, checking ledge quantities. We're seeing excavation quantities being checked with this. Each project, we're getting better and better with this. We're understanding the capabilities of the tools that are out there, making things better for us. One of the things that we're doing too is we're doing models to actually show excavation, and this is a model of a dual 8-foot pipe that we actually did again as part of the 113 job, and the contractor, which was Pike, the Pike Earthworks side, actually created this for their guys. And what we did was we actually shut the road down over the weekend, and they dug overnight to this model, and we showed up Saturday morning to this, and we started putting pipe in the ground later in the day, and we were backfilled and we had the road open on time. So this was all done for efficiency. We actually have seen a lot of advancements over the years with the refinement of the technology. Base stations have gotten more sophisticated. The automated machine control has become a lot more sophisticated, a lot more accurate, and this is only going to improve over time. And like I said earlier, we've been actually doing quantities. This is one of Soderbergh's jobs up in Susie Hill. This is a bedrock outcropping that we had to remove. We sectioned it with the rover. Contractor sectioned it for an independent check. And when we came back into the office and calculated the quantity, that actually calculates that outcrop. And you can see all those points that we actually took with the rover, which really, it looks like a lot. And it is. We need that level of detail, but it's actually helping us computate that level of detail, that quantity. And actually the contractor's model was almost spot on for what we took for shots. So the technology that we're starting to see more and more and more, it's this type of technology. We have a spec in the book that if a contractor wants to propose using this technology, we more than welcome it. We'd encourage it, some of our smaller contractors to use it as well, because it's becoming a lot more popular and it's becoming a lot more efficient for us. One of the things that we are using as a department now, we are starting to use some drones for stockpile surveys, and which is a LiDAR survey, and also some monitoring. We're flying some wrap piles this week. I know Tim Pelot's actually doing some quantity flyovers this week for stockpile measurements. We can also take a picture of what's going on out on the job. We've actually used this for a couple ribbon cuttings. So the technology is growing, and I only see the drone technology growing even further into uses through construction technology and monitoring, from bridge maintenance to monitoring bridges, confined space, going into big boxes and things. I think the drone technology is going to grow as well. And of course, one of the bigger benefits is it can deliver lunch too. So there's a lot of technologies out there, and they're developing, and this is the way the industry is shaping up. So that's what we're kind of doing right now. As a department, to help with this, we're currently working on changing our design platform to Open Roads, which will provide a better platform for us to create 3D models at the design side. Long term, I'll get into where we're going to go later on long term, but we are actively moving in a certain direction here with the department to actually start integrating 3D models into our design process, and also to better enhance a 3D model out in construction. Recently, I went to a conference, a week-long conference. I'm on the Joint Technical Committee for Electronic Engineering Standards for AASHTO. And we had a conference because this is a hot button topic for every state agency and every contractor and every civil engineering firm, municipality, utility, because the technology is growing at such a fast pace. It's hard for states and municipalities and contractors to decide what's the best product to buy, use it for a number of years before it becomes outdated, or using the wrong product, buying the wrong product for the wrong reasons and trying to make it work for something that it wasn't intended. There's all kinds of software out there. There's all kinds of stuff out there. And what our group, our Technical Committee on Electronic Engineering Standards, is comprised of members from all the states, We have some contractors on there. We've got suppliers of design and survey software. We also have the industry that makes the machine controlled equipment and all the survey equipment as well. And when we talked about where are we going, our partner in all of this, Federal Highway Administration, is really starting to push the paperless way of doing business, which started back with Everyday Counts Initiative 1, EDC 1. And as we grow each year into new Everyday Counts initiatives, we're seeing a bigger emphasis on electronic documentation, electronic and technical abilities to enhance our productivity, document for not only what's going on in the design side for better design, better quantities, better products for our contractors to bid on, but also better information out in the field. And now we're starting to bring in the maintenance side for asset management. If we can create a lot of these better products, then we can keep track of everything in a better way. And we can keep track of everything in a better way. Our maintenance folks can actually take that information and find what we've built, and they can also track where they're having issues with what we built, where they've gone in and had to do something to repair it, or where we've gone in and done something later on. So how is this factoring into the future? And the key, the big term of where we're going is BIM. And this is something that the vertical construction industry has been using for years. And BIM is a building information model. And essentially what this is it's a 3D model that identifies not only the design, but how all the pieces and parts get integrated. It's an intelligent 3D model. You can break it apart. You can see how it puts things back together, how connections are made. It also enables digital documentation. Real time, you can actually go with your iPad or with your tablet and go to, a particular inspection element and see what it is 3D wise, see what is physically going on in the field, and you could make your construction notes. You could make a GPS point. You can actually take a picture and download that. It will help with asset management because it will give us a real electronic as-built with comments for the next handoff, which is from us in the construction side. Once we accept a project, we give it to our maintenance folks. So they would be able to take it and use it for that asset management. And then also it's a life cycle planning tool of that facility. Whether it's a building, a bridge, or a highway, it's got a life cycle to it. And that can actually be factored in to this BIM. And then of course, future planning, as-built, modifications, repairs, preservations, actions to date. We can actually plan how we need to keep that facility going through the BIM model. And it's a holistic approach to design, to construction, to maintenance, to preservation, rehabilitation, reconstruction, or demolition and start over new. So when I was at this conference, Federal Highway brought some contractors from out west, and they're actually using BIM for a lot of their bridge and fabrication components. They're actually coming up with layers of resteel, layers of where their formwork goes, where the piles go, where the pile caps go, where the bridge bearings go. And each layer can be turned on or off. Each layer is actually connected to a 3D design. Of course, they're using this on huge projects, not $100 million jobs or $50 million jobs. Some of these projects are 700 or 800 million. Some of them are $1 billion. But this is what is being used currently in some states and in some contractors, toolbox for models. And what they're finding for efficiencies is they can actually take that 3D model from design, send it to their fabrication guys, send it to their construction guys, and they can actually work through a plan on how to fabricate, how to put it all together, They've come up with, on the bridge side, they've come up with steel erection plans. They know how to do the lap splices, and they're trying to prevent any in the field delays. And they're doing this from a 3D model. And there's, like I said, there's hundreds of softwares out there that are actually being used right now, but this technology is coming, and it's coming fast. It really is. From our side, the digital document management, you know, we've talked about iPads, we've talked about tablets, and we have been using rovers for quite a while. What we would like to get to is a real-time inspection documentation management system where we can actually see the plans, attach a note, attach an inspection documentation to it, a GPS point, product, you know, like on the guardrail we heard earlier. We've got all kinds of different alternatives that guardrail can be used. That's on the approved products list. You can actually notate what that guardrail is, how it went in, and that would be part of our construction documentation. With it having a cell phone or a Wi-Fi connection to the office or to a designer or an environmental person or a supervisor to work through an issue, or a colleague to work through an issue, you can send that information via email or via text and actually have a conversation on how things are actually coming together, what problems you're having, and what solutions could exist. I also mentioned on the fabrication side, a lot of the contractors are sending the 3D design to their fabricators, and that is increasing the fabrication turnaround immensely. With that 3D design, they're able to actually take those designed documents and break out those elements of re-steel, beams, plates, and they're cutting in the bolts, bolt sizes. And this stuff it's just amazing what some of the technology is out there is allowing for efficiency in prep time. They're seeing a 2 to 3 day turnaround on some of these things from the time the contract gets awarded. Prime contractor breaks apart the electronic set. They do a little bit of prep work. They send off to their fabricators. Fabricator reviews it, has a question and answer time, and then they put it into their queue. So this is a technology that is only going to grow. And like I said, a lot of other states are using it. It's really fascinating. From us on the construction side, it's going to help us actually be able to communicate with our fabrication inspectors. I know Joel Stillwell has been working with doing a Dropbox type thing. He's also trying to work with the fabricating community on how to make this process a lot more efficient. You know, we all know that we've got a 21-day turnaround on a lot of our submittals in the spec book. We would like to think in the future that we could minimize that just because we're going to have these type of tools available. And with the enhanced design software that we're going to migrate to, I think in a few short years, we can actually help that process out a lot and see a lot quicker approvals of shop drawings. For asset management and documentation mapping, you know, a lot of states right now are mapping utilities as they open up a roadway. We all know, we live it every day. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a DOT inspector, a consultant, a municipality, contractor, you know, as soon as you open up the road, you're finding a utility that nobody knew was there, or the dig safe markings are 6 or 8 feet off, or it's an abandoned facility that, you know, nobody took out of the ground. We don't know what it is. A lot of the states are actually using that platform, that 3D design platform, to add to it when they find those facilities. They can actually create a layer and actually say, this is what we actually have in the ground, and go and pick points with a rover down through. Or if the rover isn't working, they can have a survey crew come in and pick those up individually, label them as a string, and put them back into the file in where we know where gas, sewer, water, drainage, you know, telephone duct bank, etc. We all know where that can be. And it's real time. this stuff can be picked up and downloaded relatively quickly. Of course, there's 100 factors about that with, Wi-Fi connection, cell phone connection, but this is where we would like to be at some point. We would also like to see our utilities use this as they install something new, so we can actually have this back as a layer, so we can actually add it into a design as well. So that's a big key piece that I think is in the future is going to help us out quite a bit. The other thing, I talked about life cycle management, and from the conceptual design to the design drawings, the bid documentation, fabrication, all that, all the way through the maintenance aspects of it and other rehabilitations. This is a complete circle that the BIM, as we see it now, growing into a complete holistic package. We would take that survey, we'd take that design, take our construction documentation, pass it on to maintenance. Maintenance would keep up with documenting what they've done, where there's been issues, and when it's time for us to do a capital project, we could automatically take that file, bring it back into our system with everything that's been done, everything that's been cleaned, everything that's been repaired, a catch basin top, a guardrail that's been hit. We should have that all in that document. And then we can actually go out and start building and correcting anything that we need to get the life that we expect out of our facilities. And again, this is future stuff, but this is what, like I said, I learned going through a couple of these conventions, and I see the industry changing into this mode because they're finding a lot of efficiencies. So as a department, where are we going? We're going to continue to use 3D design and enhance that through the open roads, like I mentioned. Eventually, and Bodge, you can scream and wave your hands and everything if I'm saying it wrong, but eventually we are going to migrate to a 3D electronic bid package. I don't have a time on it. I think right now we need to get confident with the new design platform. We need to work out some electronic signatures and authorizations first as well. But we are going to migrate eventually to a 3D electronic design bid package. So a contractor can actually open up a package and actually see a 3D design. We would like to enhance our designs in some cases with possibly some satellite images to put a real life look on the design. Some of the states are experimenting with that right now, especially in urban settings where they have roadway, center median, sidewalk, esplanade, bike ped facility. They're starting to actually put an existing satellite image on top of the design and migrating the two to see how it would actually look, and to be able to red flag anything like a tree or a utility or something that may be a problem at construction. We're also moving into more LiDAR, 3D and 4D inspection tools. As I mentioned already, we're using drones to actually get quantities on stockpiles for wrap. We are in the process of possibly buying a LiDAR for ourselves to help with some pavement cross slope estimating and shim estimating. But Survey already has some LiDAR, and they're using that technology already. 3D and 4D construction inspection tools, again, will be linked back to that design function and that design model. And like I've said throughout all this, the technology is just growing at a super fast pace, and the level of detail is really getting refined to a point of it's really quite amazing about what is happening out there. For us, again, field documentation, we're going to continue with iPads, tablets, using the 3D model, using as-built data to be brought back in for asset management. Field use, again, for quantities, unsuitable materials, ledge, undercuts, things like that, clearing. We're going to, as this becomes more broadly used across our platforms, bridge, multimodal, and highway, we're going to start using this electronic data to actually quantify everything out in the field. We shouldn't have to drag a cloth tape around. We shouldn't have to set up an auto level to take shots anymore. we should be able to start migrating into using this electronic data, because the level of detail is getting there. The level of accuracy is actually getting there. So as this develops and as the technology gets better, we will move into an electronic world of collecting our quantities for payment. And again, you know, asset documentation for our maintenance folks, that's the one thing that I think as a department we're very poor on. We build these great facilities, bridge, highway, multimodal. We have a lot of really, really nice products out there, good projects, you know, anodized bridge rail, handrails. We've got anodized light posts. We've got some really good features out there, but we turn it over to maintenance. They don't know what we've built. They don't know that that's an anodized aluminum component. They don't know that that's a composite junction box for the electrical. They're just seeing this is what we built. So to be able to hand over a document to them that actually shows what we built, what it was made out of, and what the specs on it are, and what the repair specs may be, that's something that I think, you know, it's going to take a while for us to get there, but I think using the BIM, I think that's something that we can do and hand that over to maintenance. And then again, you know, the GPS coordinate part for any facilities that we need to maintain. Right now we're collecting guardrail ends, we're collecting catch basins, manholes, pipes, things that maintenance may need to get into during the winter time. But I think that can be expanded too into some other features that maintenance really needs to know too. You know, we talked about striping layout and proper, you know, proper pavement joint placement. That can be done through GPS coordinates on an as-built when we build a new facility. Those points can be picked up and we could bring that back into the paving preservation program. And like I said, this is the future. We're not doing this tomorrow. This isn't going to be switching a light on and saying, okay, we're doing it. This is going to be over time. But the benefits from using this, it's going to really help us out. Our accuracy will improve. Our efficiency will improve. And then, of course, e-ticketing. I could have spent a lot on e-ticketing. I didn't, because it's really a topic all to itself. We are talking with contractors about a e-ticketing method right now. We have, since the COVID-19 has brought a pressure to us to actually do something other than handing tickets back and forth between plant, truck driver, and ticket taker and pavement inspector. There's all kinds of products out there for that. We've talked about some other things, but the problem with e-ticketing that I think we all face is all the plants, whether it's a HMA plant or a concrete plant, they're all different generations and they're all running a different type of computer system. There's no one size fits all. So one software product may be able to work for 2 out of the 5 plants that a particular company may work. And then one software product may work for 1 plant. So it isn't just as simple as saying we're going to go to e-ticketing. The other part of e-ticketing is we need to have confidence in the data that we're getting, that it's real time. Because as a paving truck shows up, we need to make sure that it's got the right mix. It hasn't been on the road for 10 hours. You know, there's certain things on that ticket that we need. We need to make sure we're getting that information in a timely manner. And the technology on the e-ticketing is growing. We're going to have a lot more on this in the next few years. And a lot of us are going to see this summer, because industry is going to start rolling this out. It's sooner than I think a lot of them are more comfortable with, because of the COVID-19, where that's just kind of been kicked in high gear. But the e-ticketing is something that's going to happen probably quicker than any of the things that I've talked about, because it's needed, it's immediate. And like I said, the difficulty is each plant is going to be a little bit different. There's going to be one product is going to solve that problem. So I hate to minimize the e-ticketing importance here, but really there's so much up in the air, and there's so many different versions and things to work out that I'm just going to have to say it's in play. And this summer, you know, I won't be surprised that we're going to be experimenting with some different e-ticketing softwares and some different out-of-the-box ways of handling these tickets. So that's where we're going. And if anybody has any questions, let me know. I'm going to stop my slideshow and unshare my screen. It's a fascinating world out there, and the technology is getting very interesting. Told you I was going to talk for an hour and a half, Bodge.
You see the question from Johnny?
No,
Can you see it now or no?
nope. I don't see anything pop up on the chat.
How will the layers of utilities work if they
Oh,
are not a member of DigSafe?
What I learned from the other states is during construction, once we find it, we will actually pick it up and we will retain that information. That's what other states are doing. It doesn't do anything for us right now for DigSafe because this stuff is so old. We started, just for a little bit of history for everybody, we started permitting utility locations in 1968. And we used to require, a drawn map of where this facility is. And a lot of that stuff is digitized and then electronic file cabinet and stuff. But over the course of time with modifications and expansions, contractors finding, conflicts with ledge and other utilities they've moved out in the field. So that data, as we all know, isn't very accurate. So for the short term, which could be the next 25 years, I don't think it's going to, I don't think it's really going to help on the DigSafe side. I think the longer term help is once we find something, we can document it and we can bring that back into maintenance. We can give it to that owner and we actually know for the next time around that we actually have a facility and it's actually accurate. So short term, I wish I had a better answer for you.
All right, thanks, Sean. I'll open it to questions from anybody about any of the topics today. If you had thought about it and you had questions, or if you've got really any question in general. Some people have had to step off. Teresa's not on, so ADA, email her questions. Tim's here, Brian's not, so you can't pick on Brian. One question I did get about working days was, do I have to do a contract mod? When we did completion dates, if it was a floating schedule and they started earlier, we had to do a contract mod because we were changing the completion date. In this case, you don't have to because we're not changing the contract. Before we were changing the completion date to a new completion date. In this case, we're you started the contract with 80 working days, say you still have 80 working days. There's nothing that's changed for the contract language. So a contract mod is not required. What I would do and suggest you do is have, every week at your progress meeting, talk about, hey, we've used 6 working days so far on this contract. We've got 74 left. And then the next week, hey, we've used 11 days. We got 59 left, just so that they're up to date and know where they're at. So Teresa is here. I will make it so she can talk if anyone asks her a question. So any questions from anybody on anything?
I got a comment, Scott, not a question.
Okay.
We got together, construction folks and myself, and we talked about 6-inch underdrain this winter. So if you have a project with 6-inch underdrain on it, you might see something a little different. We're going to go with a single pay item for underdrain. There's no need to use solid outlet pipe, we decided, from the end of the run out to the outlet. You can go ahead and use a perforated pipe in the underdrain sand all the way to the outlet, and only use bends when you need it. So you may see jobs with 6-inch underdrain come out a little bit different than in the past. So that's just an update that you may or may not have heard along the grapevine.
Yeah. No, thank you.
Hi, this is Teresa. I just want to put out there again, I did briefly in my presentation, but if there's anybody out there who loves to work in Excel or is really good at it and wants to work with me on creating and making this process of collection better, I'm just going to put that out there. Send me an email, and I'd really appreciate some expertise. Thanks.
Okay. Rubber. What's your question, Tony? We always talk about rubberized crack filler. Which is the difference between crack filler and crack sealer? I don't know. Maybe that's what you're asking. I know Tim's still on, and he loves to talk about crack seal. So
I really don't.
but I don't know if Guy's still on. He can talk about it from the good old days. So
We talk about, how about crack filler? We always talk about rack just because we always do. Do you just want to talk about it, Tony? Or do you have a question or? Okay. Yeah, okay. 48 hours. I think that's been the biggest thing we've seen this year is the push to do it, to pave over it in less than 48 hours. That is not something we want to mess around with. Even 48 hours is kind of tight from what we've seen, especially in the cooler temperatures. I think that by the time, I don't think we're going to see, we've had some contractors requesting to do it at below 50. I don't think that's going to become a trend. I think it's just that particular contractor and this time of year. But it's, yeah, you set me up there, Tony. But yeah, no, I think that, I think the 48 hours is definitely going to come into play. Just something to keep in mind and keep the cracks cleaned and blown out. And if we are going to pave in within 48 hours, reduce your overband a little bit. Don't have too much overband because that's what causes a lot of the bleed up through and a lot of that movement. So limit the overband if you're doing it in a tight frame window.
the best indicator of success is how well the cracks are prepared. Clean and dry works pretty good. Anything else, there's going to be issues.
Yep, exactly.
So there's your crack chat, Tony.
You want to talk about tack too, Tony? Or
Tacky Tony. All right. Anyone else have questions? Okay. Yeah, you're supposed to count to 7 to see if anyone has questions. All right. Speaking of bleed through, we've seen that where the pavers fill up in ultra thin bond projects. I mean, there can be some bleeding if they do a poor job filling up. I don't know if you got anything to add, Tim.
yeah, I mean, it's like anything. We've seen a little bit of that. We've seen, it's not just the fill ups. We've seen, there's been a couple that we've had some bleed ups. Generally, we'd rather have a little bit more emulsion in it than a little less. So, I mean, I'd rather see a little bit of bleeding than, I don't want to see a lot of bleeding, but I'd rather see bleed spots than dry spots.
Well, and that's a good point, Tim. You know, the more we're using ultra thin bonded, I think from the inspection side, I think that's a component that we actually need to pay a little bit attention to, is the actually emulsion yield, because we don't want it too dry, we don't want it too rich. I think some of the places that we've seen some ultra thin that didn't perform maybe as well as we like, I think it's contributing to just that yield itself and not watching that enough.
Yep. No, I agree with you. I think we laid on pretty heavy last year at the last year's training about tack and watching yield, and I think that we're doing better with it, but I think we need to continue on that, because that's where we see the failures, is not enough tack. So I think that is an excellent point and something that we need to keep an eye on for sure moving forward.
And the other thing with the ultra thin too is your aggregates will change that yield.
Yep,
You
absolutely.
just don't use 110 pounds per square as the boilerplate. You
Right.
know, you
And
need
that's, I mean, that's usually why we try to do the 80 to 85 pounds per,
right.
what is that, pounds per square yard, and
Yep.
and take out the inch equation and go with that. I had something else I was going to say, and I can't remember what it was about. Oh,
Well,
Brian actually mentioned this earlier in his little side comments there about just making sure that, you know, obviously our application will be less on a shim surface than a milled surface. So if you're bouncing back and forth between milling and shimmed areas, there's always a chance that you're going to have some bleed ups. If it's a short mill area, I would not, or a short shim area, I would not stress about changing your tack yield. I'd rather have a little bit of a bleed spot there than messing with it. But if you've got, you know, I'm talking a 50-foot piece. If you got a couple 100 feet of shimming, you know, you might want to tick it back and play with it a little bit. But it's, you know, the nice thing about the ultra thin is it's really all about visual and looking and paying attention to what it looks like. The bleed ups pretty much happen instantaneously. There's been a couple of jobs that have shown up like a year later. I'm not sure what's going on there, but overall they seem to the errors of dryness or wetness come up pretty much immediately.
Okay. Question about ultra thin and striping that the paint's not holding up. That's why we spec, when we estimate these jobs, we estimate 2 shots of temporary stripe and then the final stripe instead of just the one shot. So hypothetically, before winter comes, they should have 3 shots of paint on them. So that's what we're trying to do to make sure they hold up. I think in some cases, either the job's done too late in the year, or maybe we're not communicating with our maintenance striping people who are supposed to be doing that final stripe. So we just need to make sure that we're, you know, 1, we're doing the 2 shots of temporary stripe, and then 2, we're communicating if it's not in the contract to get that final stripe done.
yeah, I guess I'll add to that too is, you know, that's where we also need to be making sure that we're getting our mill thickness on our paint. You know, one of the training topics that we go through every year is just making sure that we're checking the mill thickness. But that's even more critical on the ultra thin because it is open. We want to make sure we're getting the right application down.
Oh, so she's talking about hand paint. So you may have to do 2 coats of hand paint on those to
Yes.
get them to stay.
Yeah, I agree with that. And make sure your templates are right on hand paint because it's hard enough to get it off regular HMA. It's really hard to get it off ultra thin. So if an arrow is backwards or you spelled only with an M, you know.
All right, anybody else? All right, so just a general, how are we handling e-ticketing? And it's basically been on a contractor by contractor basis, what they're trying to do. I mean, ideally, we'd love to get PDF copies of the delivery slips, you know, sent to the project after the truck's loaded, so we've got them when it shows up. Some contractors are taking pictures and texting them. So it's really been a contractor by contractor, project by project discussion. So it's not.
It's really plant by plant. It's not even contractor by contractor.
Right.
There's a lot of dot matrix printers out there still. So asking a dot matrix setup to do a PDF is pretty hard. So it really it's been a challenge. For the most part, everybody's stepping up and we're trying different things. And quite frankly, I think that you're going to find that a contractor will propose one way, and after a couple of jobs, they might think about doing it in a slightly different way. So we're working to be as flexible as we can. The big key thing that we've all agreed on is we need to have quantities on site delivered, whether it's text or PDF or something email. We've all agreed that that's the most important, and then the truck slips themselves at this moment will work out how to get them. I know like Thibodeau is doing, they're going to, I think, text or email everything out, and then they're going to have all the printed out slips in an envelope, and they're going to put the envelope in a quote unquote decontamination area. Nobody touches them for X amount of time, and then one of our people, a plant person or somebody, will pick them up and get them to the project. Some of the more advanced systems, they're actually have figured out how to PDF, and they're just emailing the PDFs every day. Some of them are doing them in batches. So it's really up to what you're comfortable with and what the contractor can do right now. So it is ironic that we talked about e-ticketing, and now we're being kind of forced into it by nature. But I think right now it's kind of a messy thing, and we'll work through it.
One of the things that we are using right now, we've been paving for a couple of weeks off and on down on Route 1. We are taking pictures of the delivery ticket on the site, and it's not working as well as I would like. The driver's holding the ticket up, and we're taking a picture of it with an iPhone or an iPad, and then we're putting that data into the tally sheet. With the glare, depending on the sun, depending on how the truck is set up, some of them are coming out okay, some of them aren't coming out very well. So, but we are flexible, like Tim said. We're trying to work through this with everybody, knowing that each plant is different. So any suggestions are welcome. Anything too radical, though, we've been keeping Federal Highway in the loop with all this, and they're comfortable with what we're doing at this point. But if something comes up that's really radical, we need to run this through some levels here before we actually say, okay, do it. So.
And
All right. So since then we've had 8 more questions come in. We'll try to run through them quick. If you're not getting slips directly from the plan, how are you going to catch if a truck goes the wrong job? I mean, we're still going to have to do our tally sheets. We're still going to have to put truck numbers on and match them up. And, this is a temporary fix to get us through a not normal time. So there's going to be, it's not going to be foolproof. They always make better fools. So, it's going to take some trust, and it's going to take some working together and some checking. If you, one question came in, let's see, how about random numbers? How are we going to handle that? I guess my advice would be, if you know that you're 200 tons away and your average truck has got 16 tons, then all right, when it comes to the 12th truck, that's where I'm going to take the sample. I mean, I don't know if you've got any advice, Tim, or.
I mean, our random shouldn't be based on the, it's whatever they're sending us for tonnage. They need to provide to us, and they need to provide it to their own people. They have to provide what's on that truck. The point is, we may not get all the details about how much was in the silo, what was dropped out of the silo, if the truck came from a silo or came from the plant. All of those little pieces of data that we normally have right there, we may not get till the end of the day. But as far as quantity goes, they need to be sending that information out to us in some way. And yeah, trucks do get out of order, Cindy, you're right. But this burden is not all on us. This burden is on them as well. And if some trucks get out of order and we have to move those trucks around, we'll do that. It is what it is. It's not an ideal situation, but they are more than willing. They have the same concerns we have as far as the COVID stuff's concerned. So, they're playing fair as well because they want to get through this. So it's going pretty well so far.
And the question that has no answer, what are we using for eraser when paint is not done correctly?
What are we using for eraser? We don't want to microgrind unless we absolutely have to. Usually we end up sealing and letting it wear itself away and don't make sure we don't coat it twice. I mean, that's the best I can give you. There's no real answer. I mean, we have tried over and over and over again to try walnut shells, some things like that. And we've been met with a lot of resistance. And frankly, I think it's because you know, sometimes we end up just saying, okay, just fog seal it. So, you know, I think we need to fix the epidemic, and right now we're just kind of band-aiding it with fog seal, but I think that's a bigger talk about how to make this fixed.
If it's caught before it sets, you can pressure wash it.
Yep.
But if it drags on for a week, then
Yeah.
that's not going to work unless you blow the whole pavement out. So
Well,
Exactly.
and that's, and I agree with what Tim has said. You know, micro grinding isn't our preferred alternative because it does damage the surface of the pavement. And even when we reseal it, it's still, you know, it's a scar. The problem that we have though is micro grinding is, you know, that's what the contractor has for equipment. You know, they don't have the sandblasters, a lot of them, you know, that can throw the walnut shells out. We've suggested to industry several times to have a high pressure water scrubber. There's actually a professionally made paint removal system that's on a buggy or a truck that's a high pressure scrubber. But just like any piece of equipment, like a vac truck, it's a couple $100,000. And so right now we don't have a great answer. We have opted to use the micro grinding where we have had an issue with a stop bar or a yellow line that is, you know, clearly wrong. That's a public safety issue.
Right.
A passing lane where it's not a passing lane, a stop bar that's out of whack. That's the only option to get rid of it, is because we don't want to have it come up through. We don't want to have it sealed and worn off because it's a safety issue. But if it's an errant, you know, I'm 6 inches off this, or I'm, you know, or I passed the side road when I wasn't supposed to, yeah, either the water blasting, if you can get right on it, or fogging it or something. It's just, we don't have a good answer. And what I would request from everybody is just ask, because, you know, ask if anybody proposes a new way to get rid of it. We do not want solvents. That still comes up every once in a while. Oh, we can dump some acetone down, or we can hit it with some diesel and burn it off.
That's worse.
It is, and we just don't want that. So you know, I hate to not have a good answer for you, but just communicate up through when you've got a problem, and maybe there's some things we can help with that way too.
okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, I'd like to thank all the presenters for figuring out how to make this work in a different system. I'd like to thank all of you guys for, you know, figuring out how to make this work. I know it's very different than what we usually do. Hopefully some of the information at least got through and you guys got something out of it. If you'd like, you know, shoot me an email with your feedback. What went good, what didn't go good, you know, what could we do better type stuff. Scott.bickford@maine.gov. And with that, again, thank you to everybody, and be safe out there and have a great construction season.